Gotcha. Did I scare ya? I got you. Ah! Ooh, guess who's got her voice back, baby? Oh, sorry. I actually need to turn down the game. You shit.
Yummy.
Yikes. Ah, yummy. Ah! Give me more. Give me more. Give me more. Give me more. How the fuck that song goes. This counts. I'm catching. I am catching. I am successful. Ah! More bells. Give that to me. Fuck. Okay, we're counting that as small, okay? Let's just...
Your Highness, I'm glad your voice is back.
Me too. Ew. Nah, Spider, why would you do that to me? Fuck. Oh, this is good. Sorry, I want the pals. I don't want the fish. The fish are gross. Thank you for the pal hat, lovely little bit. Welcome on in, darling. How are you? It is so good to see you. Welcome. Did you guys miss my really strange voices that I make totally randomly? Yo, I am just reveling in having my fucking voice back. I'm trying to turn my volume down a little bit. I probably do need to like be a little bit careful because I can already feel some of my I can feel some of my the sound. It's a little bit, it's like you can probably start to hear it a little bit there. It's getting bumpy. But an art stream is a good time for me to not overdo it, I think. That's what you think. That's what you think. I read your mind, and then I said it out loud, and then I'm gonna do it anyway. Welcome, sweethearts. It's so good to see you. Welcome in. Valiant Vash. Thank you so much for the 185 stream streak. That's amazing. Thank you so much. That's amazing. Valiant Vash, my darling, thank you ever so much for your incredible dedication and support. Thank you. Also, Joyous Jet, welcome on in. Sweetest Strat, welcome. Glad you're sounding much better. Better not force it, though. That's true. That is a good point. I should not force it. Amazing Umbra. Hi there, gorgeous. How are you, sweetie pie? Umbra, I forgot if you said, I think you probably did say that I could work on it on stream, but I'll put, if it's okay for me to work on your commission on stream, I will put it in the poll for everyone to vote on. Would that be okay? Or do you want me to not work on it on stream? That's okay if you don't. That's all right. Magnificent Moldy, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now officially a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Mwah. Thank you for the pal attack, Radical Radish. Oh, and the Foldy. We have the Foldy and the Moldy special. Welcome in, Foldy. How are you, honey? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now officially a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Thanks. It's good to be here. It's so good to have you, sweetheart. May I ask, Foldy and Moldy, two friends, two beings cut from the same special cloth. Can I ask how you found us, sweetie pies? I'm doing great. How are you? I am doing great. I'm here with you guys. That makes me very happy. It'll always be an option if you want to. Amazing. Thank you so much. Okay, very good. You can always work it on stream. Perfect. Thank you, sweetie pie. All right, I will make sure to put that on the list and show everyone where we are with your sketch so far. Lovely love. Welcome in. Abby's for you. Good left. Sweetest space. Okay, I do need to probably settle down with my voice. I got too excited. Sweetest space, thank you so very much for the 6 months. That's amazing. Thank you so much for your incredible support, darling. It really does mean the world. Thank you. Thank you so much, cutie pie. Thank you for the resub. I can't believe it's been 6 whole months now. Thank you so much for your amazing dedication, support, generosity, and kindness. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. Cutie Capta, welcome on in, darling. How are you? Your streak reset again. Oh, I'm sorry. For some reason, I thought you were here for the last stream. I'm sure it's like a glitch or something. But awesome Aussie, welcome. I bet you celebrated when you found out your voice had returned. If I'm being completely honest, this is the first time I've like really belted it out. I did some auditions yesterday, but this is the first time I really belted it out. So I was like, ooh, listen to the smooth. I can do the smooth again. Ooh, okay. The true test is whether I can do something that high pitched. All right. Amazing, Umbra. Thank you for the ew. Okay, there's still a little bit of a screech at the very end, but it is recovering. Hello, hello, Sweetest Space. How are you? Radical Rat, thank you so much for contributing to the karaoke stream. Amazing Umba. Get some uppies. Yay, get Umba. Thank you for the head pat, Sweetest Space. Thank you, thank you. Radical Red, thank you so much for contributing to the storytelling stream challenge as well. little bit. Hi, sweetie pie. How are you? It's so good to see you. Joyce Jimmy gets uppies. Yee, good, Jimmy. Thank you for the goat scream, sweetie spider. Much appreciated. Congrats, Tao, on getting voice. Thank you, thank you. It was a lot of work. No, it was a lot of work. I've been doing like exercises, gargling fucking salt water, and a bunch of other shit. With that said, though, I am very excited to get those throat coats. I think they were supposed to be here yesterday, but I do live in Tasmania, so no one understands that Tasmania is not on the mainland. Awesome Aussie! Some obbies for you! Good, Aussie. Welcome in. I know you didn't sleep well, so no complaining about me not getting sleep. Oh, no, because I get to complain about that because you pulled an all-nighter. I did not pull an all-nighter. I just got like 3 or 4 hours of sleep. That's still something. I would rather have that than none. Strat. Go to bed, Strat. Stratos, Edge. See the sun. Thank you for that. Congrats on my voice being back. How are you? It's so good to see you. And holy shit. Beautiful bubbling. 410 stream streak. Absolutely amazing. 410. That is incredible. Beautiful bubbling. Thank you so much. You are rapidly encroaching on half of 1,000, which is also crazy. I can't even comprehend 400 streams, much less 410, much less 500, much less 1,000. So huge appreciation, huge congrats, and thank you so much for that absolutely amazing dedication. Beautiful bubbling. 410 pounds raining from the sky. I feel like that would be a fun thing, actually. If whenever someone redeemed a stream streak, if that many pals would fall on me, I think that'd be great. I am doing much better than I have been, beautiful bubbling, because I can actually express myself with my overzealous nature. Yay, Tomboy says normal. Yeah, I still gotta be careful, but your voice sounds amazing. Ah, thank you. Thank you so much, sweetheart. I really appreciate it. Also, lovely love. Welcome in, ubbies. Good love. See, Strat, this is how I know that you really need to get some rest, because you're my modager and you don't know the hello command. You don't know that it has 3 O's. Unacceptable. Beautiful blue, thank you for the care package. I did actually, because of how things have been for the last week with my voice, I did actually book a specialist appointment with an ENT speech pathologist who specializes in throat and vocal cords. And so I'm gonna go see her. And I'm terrified that she's gonna be like, you may feel better and you may sound better, but there's like a hole in your vocal cords and you can't talk for a week. I will cry. I will cry. Would you guys watch me be quiet? Would you guys, if the whole stream was like, band! Oh wait, no, I'm sorry, I'm miming. Would you watch that? Beautiful band, thank you so much for the $50 reduce. I really appreciate it. That is amazing. Thank you ever so much, darling. That is very, very kind of you. Thank you so much. Holy crap. Thank you for your incredible generosity. Thank you for feeding the tiger. I appreciate it very much, darling. Thank you, thank you. That is so sweet of you, darling. Thank you so much, beautiful band. Welcome in, beautiful band. How are you? Swedish Shadow, welcome on in. How are you? Mama. Let me see. Is there anyone I missed? Sweetest Solar. Hi, Sweetest Solar. Welcome on in. How are you? And lovely Abby's. Good luck. Lovely little bit. Oh, sweetheart, thank you so much for hanging out for 10 streams in a row. That's awesome. Thank you so much. That's amazing, darling. Thank you so much for your dedication and support. I really do appreciate it. That is far too kind. Thank you, gorgeous. Ah, Incredible Tommy, welcome on in. How are you? It's great to see you. And Joyous Jimmy with the 40 stream streak. I promise I'll practice singing before we do the karaoke stream. The 40 stream streak. Thank you so very much for 40 streams, Joyous Jimmy. That's incredible. Thank you. And that's as far as that goes up, but I want to make sure I didn't miss any streakies. Oh, nope, sorry, that's 3 days ago. That's 2 days ago. Ooh, I did miss one. Solar with a 75 stream streak. That's amazing, darling. Thank you for the 75 streams. Absolutely outstanding. Neat. I've come a long way. You have come an incredibly long way. You're 3/4 of the way to 100. Amazing work, sweetest Solar. Thank you so much for your amazing, incredible dedication. All right, let me just scroll back down and catch up with you guys from where I left off real quick. Okay. All right, I found our foldy and our moldy. Let's see. I found you because Twitch is cool and good. I love that. I love that, Magnificent Moldy. It is cool and good as long as it brought you to us, I'll tell you what. And, excuse me, Foldy, I scanned a QR code? Is there a QR code somewhere with my link on it? Actually? Oh my god, thank you for the Valley Girl voice or DM live. When is this one supposed to expire again? I think you only redeemed it on like Tuesday, is that right? Or was it Monday? Anyway, you got it for a while. Okay, Geeks. Oh my god, it's gorgeous, Geeks. How fetch to see you here. It's 1:15 a.m. Oh my god, babe, I got work in the morning and just wanted to drop in and say hi before I go to sleep. Hope it's a great stream. Draw a wizard. Oh yes, you're wizard. Okay, we'll put Storm on there. Storm is a wizard, and we do have that as an option. Gorgeous Geeks, please get some sleep. I hope you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Like the most sick ass dreams. Thank you for coming in, sweetheart. It's really good to see you always. Thank you. And Lorelei. Hi, lovely Lorelei. Welcome on in. How are you? That is a long purr. It's not the longest one I've done, but I'm glad you liked it, Blue, I assume. We got the voice mostly back. Yeah. Yes. Oh my god, slay. Hold on, let me scroll. A lot of you are like replying to each other, which is great. Please do not stop talking amongst yourselves. I love it. It just means that I'm just like scrolling a little bit, so hold on. Sweetest Suck-in. Oh my god. Like long time no see, babes. How are you? It's so good to see you. Oh my god. I am making a lot of mistakes today. The fact I'm even up right now is surprising to me. Yeah, that's because you're not supposed to be up right now. Everyone, please tell Strat to go the fuck to sleep. Go the fuck to sleep, Strat. You gotta get some rest, babes. How do you expect to make it to the next stream if you're like dead on your feet or literally because you didn't sleep? What do you think about them apples, huh? Oh my god. I think there's a specialist in literally everything. I think you're right. Beautiful Bam, thank you so much again for the $50. That is so incredibly generous. I know it doesn't sound very sincere when I've got like the Valley Girl accent on, but I swear I am like the most sincere. I'm like dead seer. Is that a thing? Did Valley Girls shorten sincere to seer? I mean, it seems Valley Girl-esque, right? ASMR stream when? Well, when we can get the head with the ears on the side that I can go then, maybe then. Donut also wishing you a good stream. Oh my god, hi Donut. Please give that little donut my little pets. Oh my god, what a cutie pie. But yes, drag yourself and the cat to bed. Have a good one, gorgeous Geeks. It's so good to see you, honey. Thank you for being here. You would sell what? Oh my god, Umbra. That is like so sweet. Thank you. I'm so grateful that you would still watch, even if I were like... Like, imagine if that was the whole stream. Oh my god. So you're gonna go see the throat goat. I mean, she is, I reckon she is the goat. Tau voice come back sounds extra sassy. Yeah, watch out a little bit. I'm about to get sassy up in here. 100% would still be here watching. Oh my god, Bash, you're so sweet. Thank you, darling. Oh my god, that's like, you guys are so sweet for being willing to watch me, even if I'm just like... For those of you who don't know, we're talking about if I lost my voice or if my speech pathologist next week is like, hey, Tau, you really do gotta like stop using your voice for a whole week, otherwise you're gonna break it. If you stream if you stream 4 days a week and there's 52 weeks in a year and 410 stream streak is just over 2 years, I think that's insane. That is so insane. Bubbling is amazing. Oh my god, let's go Bubbling. MVP. Go sleep. Yeah, Lorelei, tell him. A Precious Perry, welcome on in. Thank you for contributing to the storytelling and karaoke stream challenge. I do appreciate it. Let's see. Before stream, when you were scolding Strat to go to bed, which he should, I felt like I was the child in the middle looking up like, Mom, Dad, please stop fighting. Yeah, you kind of were, weren't you? I did see your little Homer Simpson hedge reference. That was very funny. All right, let me see. Looks like we may hear a Valley Girl voice now. Aren't you so glad? It's so crystal clear. Aren't you so happy about that? Your cards didn't have QR codes at PAX, right? I actually don't remember. This is a problem with such bad memory. Like, I don't remember. It's possible. Maybe? Oh, wait. No, wait. No, not QR codes. But like Mr. Producer, I think he did give me like the electric thing when you rub it up against the phone, it automatically opens Twitch. That he did do. And I think that's probably it for, oh wait, no, it's not. There's still 60 seconds remaining. Oh my God, I didn't realize that I took so long to get started on the Valley Girl. No more smoker Valley Girl. Isn't that sad? Maybe I can add that as a redeem. No, I think it would be bad for my throat if I, like, oh my God, Jet. Oh my God. Your streams are like always so fetch, girl. Oh my God, it's like so fetch to even have you here, babes. Dearest Dustin, thank you for contributing to the karaoke stream and the storytelling stream. Much appreciated. Strat, remember what happens if you don't sleep? Yeah, that's right. We're banning Amelie songs. Actually, that's like a really brilliant idea. Maybe we should do that. Don't give her ideas. Too late. Let's see. The first time requested was wrong. It's Lilac by Mr. Green Apple, not Lulu. Okay, hold on. I'll go fix that. Okay, I think I might have found it. It's not in English, right? As long as it's not in English, I think I've found the right one. Yeah, okay. And now I get to go back to talking normally. Awesome. Thank you so much for the redeem, lovely Lith. Much appreciated. The token thing. Yeah, the token thing, but it wasn't a scannable. Your Highness, what would be the color of your dress? Ooh. Probably like this kind of like azure blue with like accents of my like khaki color. Maybe? Maybe? No, I took the time to set the timer, but I am not complaining. Oh, okay. I thought so. I requested a song you like, Tau. Sapphire. I do love that song. Sapphire. It's so. One of my friends recently went to go see Ed Sheeran, and I was like, oh, I hope you have fun. I'm not jealous or anything. Radical Rainbow, thank you so much for the 5-stream streak. Really do appreciate your amazing dedication and support. Welcome on in. How are you? It's so good to see you. I have a chicken sandwich with a bowl of Frosted Flakes later. Oh, well, that sounds quite delectable, actually. Yummy. Yummy. Thank you for the care package. Awesome, Ozzy. So mean? Not mean. You gotta sleep. If I gotta be mean to get you to take care of yourself, boy, I'll do it. I swear to God. It is Japanese. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think I found it then. Let's see here. Cool. I'm caught up. My only regret was that Yuki wasn't here to enjoy Valley Girl Tao. Does Yuki like Valley Girl Tao? Thank you very much for the redeem. You guys, this is very, very exciting. We have, as you may recall, this time last week, you guys gifted so many subs that in 1 week we had 498 total subs. Technically, we're at 499 now, if we consider Sweetest Space's resub. I'm just gonna round it to 500 for you guys. It's like, yeah, that's, I think it's only fair. Okay, all right, then we definitely, okay, that's, I was gonna give it to you anyway, but thank you so much, amazing Umbra, for the gifted sub, sweetheart. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for your amazing generosity and support. Thank you very much. There, 500, make it easy. Thank you so much, gorgeous Umbra. I really appreciate it. Okay, let me put you and let me actually put you both on the wheel a little bit more. Hold on, I'm still scrolling. I don't know if you guys can actually hear me when I'm scrolling, but it's just like because there's just so many names. All right, hold on one second. Let me put space on here as well. And I have several options for you guys because 500 is a crazy number. Can we use a name picker for this? Actually, it looks like my wheel is functioning, so we might use our wheel because it's also very fun to watch the wheel go rather than just be like, bleh. Here's a name. You know what I mean? Let me just... I'm going to let you guys, okay, so these are the things that you can pick. I gotta do quick maths, okay? Quick maths, hold on. One sec, I'm just resetting our total for the next week, if we're using those two. Okay. All right, so let me pull out the calculator, man. The wheel of brown, yes. The brown wheel. Wheel's gonna be 1/3 me, 1/3 Strat, 1/3 Umbra with a small smattering of others. Oh dear, it screwed up. Wait, what screwed up, Rat? Hi, lovely Lawbit. Welcome on in. How are you? Okay. 1 second. I just gotta do, I'm literally pulling up the calculator. Okay, so 500 divided by 50 is 10. Okay, so let me put this poll up. How many times should we spin wheel?
2 months to go for 3 years. It's been so long but feels so like such a short time. Ta-toss heart, ta-toss heart,
oh
ta-toss
my
heart.
gosh, Strat, that's crazy, honey bun. Thank you so very much for 34 months of subby. I never thought that I would do anything for this long. That's crazy. I also never thought that someone would stick with me for this long. Thank you so much for tolerating me, sweetest Strat. I really appreciate it. I want to do some special stuff for our 3-year anniversary for sure. That is incredible. That's amazing. Thank you so very much, Strat. Thank you so much. And awesome Aussie, thank you so much for gifting that sub to Beep Beep Boo Boo. I appreciate it. Thank you so very much, darling. To both you and Strat, thank you so very much for your amazing dedication and support. Thank you. Okay, all right, give me just a second. I'm gonna put this poll up. So what was he saying? How many times should we spin the wheel? Okay, we have 10 chibis. We have, I think it was 150, 500 divided by 150 is 3.33 repeating. So 3, and then that would be, that's waist up, I think. Waist ups. Is that right? I feel like that's, no, that's right. Yeah. Waist up, and we could do, bust up. What is my bust up solution? 100? I think 100 is the bust up. Yeah. So that's 500 divided by 100 is 5. I don't need to actually, I'm so sorry, I did not actually need the calculator for that. Listen, if my voice works, my brain doesn't. If my brain works, my voice doesn't. You gotta get me a break. All right, bust up. There we go. All right, cutie pies, I'm gonna let you guys decide. Please do vote on how many times should we spin the wheel. The number of times we spin, followed by what those people get, okay? So either we get 10 chibis, 3 waist up, or 5 bust ups. Also, thank you ever so much, lovely love, for the piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy, thank you for pennies. Ooh. Thank you, honey. Lovely love. Thank you for the 5 stream streak, darling. I do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Let me see here. I'm so sorry, I got really distracted there. I didn't even see. I'm sorry. Thank you guys for the hype train level 2. Thank you so very much. Terrific Thomas. Thank you for contributing to the karaoke stream. Thank you for the goat scream. Lovely love it. Let's see. What's a bust up? Do I got big booba? Okay, so actually I should probably specify that. Waist up is about where my belt is up. So if you want your character drawn from about like the hips area all the way up to the tip of top of the head, then that's waist up. Bust up is from the chest up. So booby up. And then chibis, you know what those are. Full body little cutie pies. Please do vote. You only got 2 minutes left. 2 minutes. Sweetest Save. Welcome in, gorgeous Save. It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Have good spins. Yes, absolutely. How are you, sweetest Save? It's so good to see you. I hope things have been well. Arts. That makes more sense. Yes, it's all in the arts. It's fairly close between like chibis and bust ups, although chibis is definitely winning. We need at least 3 more bust up votes to tie with the chibis.
Whoa, they made the save icon in real life.
If you guys would like a half and half, we can also do that. It is up to you. I will also mention there's going to be an overhaul once I am out of my job. We're going to be, which is going to be the end of next week. We're going to be overhauling stuff. I think our weekly sub goal is going to go up. I'm probably going to start some off-platform support strategies. If you guys do want to help, don't worry, I will be giving you things for it. It will not be totally devoid of treats and goodies for you. But yes, I just want to give you a forewarning. Let me see here. Dearest Dan. Hi there, lovely Daniel. It's good to see you. Welcome on in. How are you? Welcome, welcome. Most things are well, except as many do needing 3 more days in the week. I could do with 3 more days in the week. Yeah, I could do with that. Yeah, I think that'd be good. I agree, sweetest Save. All right, you guys. Hey, I had a question. Is anybody's fucking Windows desktop background not allowing you to change it? My desktop background, the beautiful drawing of like me in a tree, it's just gone, and I tried to change it back and it just won't work, and I try to change it to something else and it just won't work, so it's black, and I'm like, that's very boring. We have a lot of cool changes coming up. I'm excited to introduce them to pals. Yeah, Yes. No, huh? Yeah, isn't that weird? I don't know why it just got rid of it. That'd be strange as hell. It do be strange as hell. I don't understand it either. All right, cuties, let's move over.
Pretty lady, lovely frostbite.
Look, it's your favorite. I've never had that happen. No, I haven't had it happen until literally like now. That's very boring. My desktop background is definitely not always black. No way. Like that? Like that's my desktop. Look at that. It's so boring. You have it just black all the time? It won't let me do anything, man. And like, yeah, I would demonstrate it for you guys, but I don't want to dox myself because there's other pictures on here. So, so many names. There are a lot of names here, a lot. And you guys have voted for 10 chibis. Okay, you guys have to keep track of this because I will not. I'm very bad at keeping track. Desktop void, indeed. Thank you guys so much for the level 2 hype train. I really do appreciate it. Thank you, cuties. The wheel of cheese. It makes it easier to see icons and text. Yeah, but doesn't it kind of feel like... Well, here's the thing. That makes sense. I don't have any icons or text on this screen because it's my stream, my showing off screen. So it's just this fucking black void with nothing on it, and I hate that. The wheel! My desktop background is pictures of hot anime men and women in various states of appropriateness. Get ready for the wheel to become small. Here we go. And a 1, and a 2, and a 1, 2, 3. Wait! I still use the art you made for me as my wallpaper. Oh, I'm so glad you love it so much, sweetest Strat. Hopefully I'll have more stuff for you pretty soon. Strat, I also did some flats. Am I allowed to show it on stream or no? Band! Beautiful band! Are you still here, sweetheart? With your incredibly generous donations. Thank you so much. Thank you for feeding me the sticky hearts, lovely Lyra. And welcome in. How are you? Thank you for the care package, incredible radius. Welcome on in. Boom. First. Exactly. Okay, I have to like not... Okay, I have to not push my voice. I gotta stop myself. I don't want to stop myself, but I gotta do it. Or else I'm gonna wind up with my broken voice again. But okay, so beautiful band, you should DM me on Discord whenever is convenient and whenever you decide what you want. Keep in mind, these things never expire. So if you message me in the next hour, in the next week, in the next month, in the next year, in 2 years, like, and you're like, hey, on this day, I won this, I can go back and make sure that you did win it. And then, yeah, they're basically, the idea is, I don't want you to ever feel stressed about what to pick or when to pick and stuff like that. But congratulations, beautiful band. Thank you so much for your incredible generosity. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for feeding the tiger so much. You're making sure that I don't go hungry. Hi there, sweetest skeleton. Welcome on in. Is that a Towsy toy goy? Copy that. Thank you so much, beautiful band. All right. So next, so we're counting down. So this is so that's what, first out of 10. This will be second out of 10, and it belongs to Strat. Strat, I'm sure you're shocked. Are you shocked? I bet you're shocked. Sweetest Strat, please message me. Remind me that I owe you another one. Oh wow. Oh yeah, Strat, you're so shocked. Let's watch what happens when I remove Strat's name. Okay, well, I mean, to be fair, it did actually move, but I am over the moon! It's the first time you've won anything! Redeem it in 2 decades? Yo. I can donate it too, yes. If someone really wants something but can't afford to pay, I'd like to give it to them. Beautiful band, that's so sweet. You can donate it if you want to, sweetheart. That's totally up to you who you give it to or how you donate it. But, oh, band, that's very sweet of you. That's very pal-like behavior. Thank you so much, honey. If you want to, don't feel any pressure, okay? You can ask the question, then, not do that if there's something. Because it doesn't have to be like a you don't have to be a VTuber. It could be like a pet of yours, or it could be a picture of you if you want me to chibify you. It could be fan art of a character from live action or anime or video games or manga or whatever you want. There's no real restriction as long as it's safe for work, basically. So think about it. But if you want to give it away, you can, sweetheart. That's really sweet of you if you do decide to do that. But also, it's very sweet of you to do what you did to get on the wheel in the first place. So thank you. I would love a chibi from Tao someday. Oh, fabulous prospect. I'd love to draw for you. All right. Well, let's see. Our third name. Thank you so much, sweetest band. Sorry, inhale too fast. Umbra! Amazing Umbra. You have one another, chibi, you have one another. Oh, Coda's excited about something. Sorry, I don't know what the jam is out there, but yeah. Oh my goodness, there's clearly just somebody walking on the other side of the street. The wheel collapses. It's you! All right, the Borkinator, truly. Even Doggo is celebrating Umbra winning. Yay, Umbra, woof, woof. Fourth, this will be our fourth. So who has won so far? Let me use my brain, hold on. Band, Strat, Umbra, Precious Politely! Oh, I'm so excited! Precious Politely won a chibi. I'm so excited. Oh my gosh, I've been wanting to draw her for a bit, and I've just been like, I haven't had the time, but I'm so excited. Now I got an excuse. Abby's for you, Umbra. Yee, good, Umbra. We must let Precious Politely know. Hey, Star, can you write this down? Actually, I don't need to ask you. I think you're already doing it. Lovely little bit, Abby's. Yee, good little bit. So that's fourth. Thank you, cutie cata. Amazing. I'm definitely gonna start forgetting names. Yes, I already did. You're amazing, Strat. Thank you, hon. Is that a Lith I see? Aha! Lovely Lith. Congrats, darling. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your incredibly generous contributions, darling. Thank you. Let's go. All right, Lith, same goes for you. Everybody, same rules. It doesn't expire. If you have any questions about it, you can just reach out to me. Just DM me when you're ready. No hurry. But yeah, thank you so much. I'm no longer a loser. I'm a wiener now. You're never a loser. You know why? Because you're in the pouch, and all of my precious pouch pals are absolute champions. And not in the Australian condescending way. Legends, I guess I should say. Thank you for the head pat, incredibly, Tommy. Welcome on in. Raw, darling. Thank you. Rah, darling. Sweetest Storm following up on Bublin's 410 stream streak. I expected it, but I didn't want to. I was like, oh, if he lost the streak, I don't want to call him out. Thank you so much for the 410 stream streak. Sweetest Storm. 410. Outstanding. Thank you so much, darling. Thank you for your amazing dedication and support for an insane amount of time. Is champion an insult in the Down Under? Yeah, kinda. I mean, it's kind of, yeah, basically, like, if you're saying, you know, I have the championship title, that's obviously not. But, like, if you say, oh, you're a champion, that's, generally speaking, condescending. Yeah. Which is very difficult for me because my inclination is to be like, oh, legit, you're such a champion! Or like, oh, absolute champion. And Australians go, what'd you just call me? And I'm like, a champion! You're a fucking champion! And they're just like, I know you didn't just call me a fucking champion. So anyway, yes, it's largely an insult. Oh, you're heading out, lovely Liv. All good, sweetie pie. I'm glad you could be here to witness your winning. Have a fun time at BG3. Thank you for the lurk, darling. I appreciate it. Depends on the tone. I have been very genuine when I have said, oh, you're a champion. Oh, you're such a champion. I never have said it like sarcastically, and every single, and these are, I my impulse, again, as an American, I say this shit and I'm very effusive a lot. And I have had people from Queensland, from Perth, from Darwin, from Sydney, from Melbourne, and from Tasmania. All of them have looked at me like, you're so lucky you're my friend, because I'm gonna I would fucking beat you up. And I'm like, yikes. Saying something like, sure, champ. Yeah, like that makes sense. I get that, but that's not what I'm saying. Like, I'm saying like full on like, oh, champion. And they just go, So anyway, yeah. Now I know how to get to Aussie people. Yeah, I think you do. I think you do. Was that 4th? I think Lith was 4th or 5th. Sweetest Sam! We got another one from Sam. I use it unironically. Too. I'm just like, oh, actually such a champion. Congrats to Sweetest Sam. Wait, 5th? 4th? Wait, which one is it? Shit. Are we on the 5th? Is that what you're saying? Or was Lith the 5th? Oh, I've got the worst memory. That was 5? This is the 5th one? Oh, you meant to say 5th. Oh, okay. 4 more to go. Thank you, Kata. I appreciate it. Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Sita Sam. We got to get that over to Sam as well. You'll let Sam know. Thank you. Oh, Kata. Congrats, cutie Kata. Congrats, sweetie pie. Look at you go. You won that one, babes. You won that one. Congrats on your GB. Feel free to message me if you know what you want. Gorgeous Gundam. How are you? Good morning. How'd you sleep? It's good to see you. I'm under a severe thunderstorm warning currently. Welcome in 2026 hurricane season. Oof. Please be careful and be safe, sweetheart. I see one thing of me that needs to be removed from the wheel. Wait, one thing of you? Why is that, Umbra? It's like calling someone Anya, buddy, and they go, I'm not your buddy. Wait, do you mean like as a response to champion, sort of? Cutie cat, 3 more to go. Thank you, City Pie. How did you see the Gen 10 Pokemon starters? If so, who's your favorite? Mine is Brout. I did see them. I like the dog. I love the dog. The dog's cute. I slept. Well, I slept. I don't know if there's other ways to sleep. Oh, Gundam, so you didn't like have any good dreams or anything? Are you not actually even feeling particularly refreshed? I went earlier and I still have a slot on the wheel. Oh, do ya? Hold on. I think that may be because the other ones might have had spaces. Oh, thank you, hon. I appreciate that. I will subtract. There we go. Okay. Thanks, Sweetie Pie. I appreciate it. Hi there, cutie cat. Welcome on in. How are you? Let you find something for me? Something folksy. You may have added that later. Yeah, that is it. Yeah, because I added it today, for that gift, I think. I almost never have dreams. I don't know. Is that normal? No, I mean, yes. Like, yeah, sorry, yes. To not remember your dreams is pretty typical. A lot of people don't remember their dreams. 2 more now? Love. Lovely love. We got the lovely love in the chat. And guess what, love? You've got another TV coming to you, darling. Yay, lovely love. Yay, lovely love. Congrats, sweetie pie. Congrats. Yay! Yay! Excellent. Congrats. All right. And 2 more to go. Excellent. Yeah! You should have heard my scream in VC. Oh, nobody's got it. Oh, that was so close. I thought I was gonna hit Bash. Congrats to lovely nobody. Loud screaming excitement in VC. How cute. That's very cute. Was impressive scream. Oh, Lil Bit, are you in there too? That's so funny. Awesome. Okay, and our final one. Who is our final winner? Oh. Cutie cat! Congrats! You came in at the perfect time, honey. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Holy! I know. Look at you go. Thank you so much, cutie cat. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, perfect. Thank you guys so much for keeping track of them. Thank you, cutie Kata. Thank you, dearest Dustin. Excellent. Thank you very, very much, cutie pies. Fabulous. Okay. Awesome, awesome. I have not spoken because I've been keeping track. Thank you, Dustin. I appreciate it. Also, welcome in, gorgeous. How are you? All right. Congrats, winners. That was awesome. Thank you guys so much for the absolutely exorbitant amount of support. That was crazy. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you for making me sob my eyes out last week. I really needed it, and I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right. With that said, we're gonna go on a quick break, and when we get back, actually, this is how I forgot how I function. Let me grab my iPad. Hold on. I need to show you guys what our potential things are to work on, and then you guys get to vote while we go on break. That's right. Okay. 1 second, please. I might just turn off my main screen real quick. Okay. I just gotta find my mirroring. There we go. Never thought I'd win one of these, but I'm a bit happy now. I'm happy to hear that, cutie cat. Absolutely. Well, feel free to message me whenever you know what it is you want. It doesn't have to be, but it doesn't expire, so you don't have to like pick like now or anything. Just if you do redeem it like weeks or months or years down the track, just remind me of the date that you won, and that way I can go back and find the VOD and be like, yes, that's right. Hold on, it's thinking. Okay, we have a few very cool options today. I'm actually incredibly excited. Let me just open them up. Okay. We have Strat. I'm sorry, sweetheart. Did you tell me that I could or could not show your ref on stream? Okay. Oh, your friend didn't want the chibi. Oh, all good, Ozzy. Okay, fair enough. Well, then you get whatever you like. Okay. Voila! This is a commission from the awesome and adorable and incredibly generous and kind and beautiful and wonderful Umbra. This is an arcane archives, and yeah, we've got a little pal down here at their request. We got his Papadoo. We got him over here. We got like wolfy heads, and yeah, this is what I'll call Umbra Com. Okay, so Umbra Com. If you guys want to work on that, looks freaking cool. It is pretty cool, I must confess. I don't mind it, but I think it's best to give other people's art a chance in the commissions. I have no haste with mine. Well, Strat, can I show yours just so that I can get your thoughts on it? Because it'll be faster if I can like change anything you want changed in real time. That looks cool already. I'm glad you like it, Dustin. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Okay. Now, the other thing that we can work on is, in my vast swaths of free time, started a sketch for a Monster Hunter Stories starting soon screen, because I have to start starting soon screens and never actually finish them, of me on a kitten and a little pal on my lap, and then like starting soon will be, you know, over like in this area. So this will be MHS3 starting, okay, when I put it on the poll. Can we have Maxi as a chibi? Sure, sweetest Ozzy. Just send some refs to me if you don't mind. And yeah, that's so cool. I can't wait to see it done. We'll see if it gets done. I love the idea of several decades from now when Grandma Tao is still streaming. Someone says, Tao, do you remember this one specific day? And I'll be like, oh, I didn't remember that back then, Sonny. I'll just do it for you. Thank you, awesome Ozzy. Okay, so this is starting soon. MHS3 starting soon. We have Storm art. I'm gonna call this storm art, okay? This is storm art. For if you decide to vote for this, it is DM Storm in his DM robes, affront a fireplace. He will be backlit. So this is storm art, okay? We also have okay, cool. And Strat doesn't mind if I show that, so I will show that to you after I finish showing everyone these options. We have, once again, we have the Seru outfit. So this is Seru outfit. This is what it will look like when it's all colored and everything. So Seru outfit is what this option will be called. All right. Which is very cool because we want to get this made. Let's see. We also have Geralt outfit, which is my Halloween costume. I would like it to be anyway. This is my Geralt outfit that we can work on. Okay. And I think that's everything. So, oh, sorry. And then chibis. Like, if you guys want to vote on chibi, then we can work on whatever chibi you want. If you choose chibi, then we will put like a bunch of chibis up for a vote. All right, so we do have to go on a quick break, but first I will put this up for 5 minutes. What should we draw? We have MHS3 starting screen. We have Umbra Com. We have Storm Art. We have Sedu. Actually, I might put Sedu / Geralt outfit, and then if you guys choose that, then we can switch. We can decide between the two because there's just not enough. If I'm gonna put also chibis on here, there's not enough slots for those options. So there you go. That is up for 5 minutes, cutie pies. We do have to go on a quick break, my darlings. For any of you who have won chibis, you are welcome to DM me at any time during stream, after stream. It's up to you. And sweetie pies, I will see you in about 3 minutes. Please, please, please go ahead and vote in the poll that is live right now because, well, that's what we're going to work on for the next 5 hours. So please vote. You guys, please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom and darling sisters. I'll see you Metzermunder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Love you lots, miss you terribly, and see you soon. Mwah. You guys want a capitalism command? I can do that and Strat can clip it. Capitalism! Go for it, Strat, do you think? I like our cows. Look at them. There's cute cows. Aren't they babies? Look at the babies. Look at them, baby. Have a meal from a clay pot. Ow! Hey! Why? Why would you do that to me? Very mean. You're so cute and tasty. So cute and tasty. Yum yum. Fuck, dude. I guess it makes sense. It's the only way you can get hugs is if you throw salmons at me. How salmon? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna hold this in my mouth and go. I'm sorry I had to come into that. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the house. Well, thank you, Raffle Strat-kun. Strat-kun, a strapping young lad, always glad to start the madness rap. Always naturally had Tao-chan's back. Kept chat on track and never slept. Strat-kun has the bestest strategy. What the heck? Let's give him a peck on the neck. Never hit the road, Jack. I love that, Yuki. Strat, I love it. You gotta put that somewhere. That's golden. That's so good. I love it. I love it so much. Excellent work. Lovely, Yuki. Excellent work. Luigi here in 2001, 2002 looks like he's doom scrolling on TikTok. He's so... Oh, fuck. Wait. Someone is gonna cut off my head? What? That doesn't happen anytime. I don't think that's in the game. Is it? Is it? people are describing it, it seems like the Divide may as well be a 30-minute black screen displaying the text, "A realm reborn is over. We heavens warden this bitch." True. With every single voice actor plus Taps, and she's also an FF14 VA saying it as well. That'd be so funny. Just a chorus of everybody being like, "A realm reborn is over. We heavens warden this bitch." Oh, God, this room is fucked up. Why is this room so scary looking? Why is there?
Gotta do a deep clean before Rose starts walking around.
Your baby's like 6 months old. It's not gonna be walking for a little bit. A historical look into the architecture of Eastern European castles and keeps by George Trevor. Why is there a chair on the sofa, darling? Right, darling. You didn't scare me. Hey, you did that all on your own. You really want me to show this to your teachers, huh, Takanashi-kun? Kun, sorry. Another word out of you, and I'll debut your film to the whole world. The Yoshimori Sakura.
Hello, my darlings. Welcome on back. Alrighty. We have returned. Strat, what do you think of these colors? What do you think of these colors? There you go. Sorry, I forgot the stream avatars. Welcome back. Let's see. Awesome Aussie. You beautiful beings. Some ubbies for you. Yee. Good Aussie. Let's see here. Lovely laugh. Ubbies for you. Yee. Good laugh. Sweetest Snaps, welcome on in, darling. How are you? It's great to see you. And welcome back, Sweet Strap. Perfect timing indeed. Welcome, welcome. Let's see. Valiant Vash, my darling. Welcome on back, sweetie pie. It's so good to see you again. Thank you for returning to us. And Cutie Cat, welcome on back. Strap, my dude looks amazing. Doesn't he look cool? He looks pretty cool, dude. I must confess, I do think he looks pretty cool. But yeah, Strat, what are your thoughts, my dear? Before we get started on Umbra's commission, let's go. Oh, Umbra, I hope that you're able to hang out for a bit because I would love to get your thoughts on, like, as I progress through your hold on, I gotta figure out how to make this fit. 1 second. I would love to know your thoughts as I progress through making your outfit. So, let me see here real quick. Amazing Umbra, Ubbies. Good Umbra. Lovely little bit. Welcome back, darling. Ubbies for you. Good little bit. Hi there, Outstanding Obtuse. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Oh, fan arts. Oh, I can't wait to see Sweetest Sadie. All right, 1 second. Hold on. All right, fan art. Oh, holy shit, Sadu. That looks amazing. Oh my god, that's so fucking cool. Holy. That's awesome. It's looking great. I love the gradient. So cool. And you got the symbol on the gloves too. Yes. Do you like, this looks, oh, this is awesome. Are you completely done with it, Sadie? Because if so, I'll definitely put it on the, I'll put it on the fan art, folder thing. That's so cool, hon. That looks so sick. This is me, and this is Strat, and this is Sadie, and this is Red, and this is you guys. That looks amazing. Yep, it's Dunsey. Let's go. Thank you so much. That is incredible. Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna put that in the fan art. That looks amazing, hun. That was one of your longest term pieces, right? You haven't spent quite that much time on. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on this one, obviously, but it looks so fucking cool. I'm so impressed, honey. Excellent job. Absolutely incredible job. Sorry, I forgot how to access my fan art folder. Hold on, please. One second. Fuck. Oh, wait, I think I found it. I did. Okay. Cool. There we go. All right. Yeah, that looks awesome. That is so cool. That is stunning job, sweetheart. Thank you so much. That is gorgeous.
Does Mazebot know how many minutes the song is? I just picked a title that interested me. Would suck if it's over for 6 minutes. Yes, because we've had too many people redeeming like literally 10 to 12 minute songs. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna have to put a limit on there. And since like 90% of songs are like 5 minutes or less, I've put it to 6 minutes to try and include as many as possible. But yeah, the second song in that redeem is just over 4 minutes. So that should work if it's, but it's automated now, so you just have to request one at a time. Oh yeah, this is taking my PC space. This is so good. Isn't it beautiful bed? It looks so cool. I absolutely love it. Absolutely stunning. Excellent work, Sweetie Pie. Fucking outstanding. That is so sick. Wow, Sedu, absolute masterpiece. I love like the sun rays as well. Gorgeous. Fixing it up on VGen, but I'm thinking my Black Dragon / Dracthyr and Vixia for Chibi. Yeah, absolutely, Cutie Cata. Go for it. I would love to draw her. Okay, so Strat, are we happy with all of our colors here? Do we like, are we happy with our skin tone, with our eye color? Do you like all of everything here? Or I can change things, or do you want to add like any scars, tattoos, anything at all? The first song is for the previous redeem. Everybody knows is for that redeem. From now on, because this is automated now specifically to make it easier for me to like keep up with you guys rather than having to spend like 10 minutes trying to add stuff. You probably just need to request a song rather than like put messages in it. Otherwise, it might get the bot a little bit confused. You understand? Thank you, Kat. I appreciate it. But yeah, Star, let me know what you think and if there's any changes, and if there's not, then I can finish up the ref off stream. If there are, then I can fix that up, and then we can jump on over to the voted for archives, the Umbral archives. Ooh, I like the sound of that. The Umbral archives sounds very cool. Okay. I will just wait for Strat to let me know what he thinks. Oh, and I'm also gonna keep on messing with this. I want to see if I can get this actually to fit in the... And yeah, let me know, because Mazebot will tell you what it's adding. So if you guys happen to see what it's saying, and then you're like, oh, that's not the right song, just ping me, just message me. Damn, he sure got a jaw and chin on him. He do. We got our very handsome modager right here. Going to go all lurky on you? Oh, absolutely, Cutie Cata. I'm heading to meet a friend. Okay, all good. Yeah, Cutie Cata, have a great time with your friend. You definitely deserve it, sweetheart. I like the colors. I do have one addition. That same symbol on the left side of the forehead with the bottom part stretching a bit. Left side of the forehead. Oh, like over the eye, kind of? Hold on. All right, hold on. The easiest way for me to do this is probably over the left eye. Are we talking about like right here? And then like drag it down, kind of? Oh, you sent me the ref? Oh, okay, all good. Let's see. Let me see what you've... Oh, hello. Let me see what you've said here. Thank you for the care package, Fabulous Farmind. Welcome on in. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Yum, yum. Thank you for contributing to the karaoke stream. I appreciate it. Just got back home from working all day. How was work, sweetheart? I hope it went okay. Joyous Julius, welcome on in. Thank you for contributing to the karaoke stream as well. Bottom angle is a bit stretched, like a pointy triangle. Okay, so this is rough. Obviously, I'll refine it, but the bottom angle is a bit stretched. So Do I like literally a triangle, like where I get rid of this part here, and then this like goes over the eye, kind of? Hold on. Something like that? Just got a wee bit dehydrated as it was 99 to 100% humidity. Oh, fuck, that sounds miserable, hun. Please drink lots of water. Ah, she noticed me. I can't peek into the candy jar now. Sure you can. You're welcome to peek into the candy jar. What kind of a pouch pal would I be if I didn't let you peek into the candy jar, sweetheart? Keep the upper part as well. Oh, okay, so you want, so kind of like that. Welcome to Texas. Listen, there's a lot of things I like about Texas, but the weather is not a thing I like. The singer sounds like AI. Uh-oh, is this another one that we have as AI? Rice Cube Gaming. Hold on a second. Yes, I got it. Okay, perfect. 1 second. Rice Tube Gaming. I don't see anything when I initially Google it. But if anybody ever finds out that a song that we're playing is AI, please let me know immediately because I'm happy to just skip it. Okay, so is that the only thing about this that you want changed? Because if so, I'll obviously when we're offline, I'll put it on the I'll put it over here too. Hello, hi, lovely Nix. How are you? It's so good to see you. Welcome on in. How are things? Hello, Nix, my toe slice, Jam Slice. It's good to see you, Cutie Pie. Also, sorry, I just need to check on something real quick. Yeah, cool. I want to keep it simple. This is the more casual one. Okay, cool. Awesome. Okay, I will leave that there, and then I will just remember to finish that up. Do you have a preference, Strap, for like what kind of a background you want on that ref? And let's get into the absolutely magnificent Umbra's artwork, shall we? I might actually change our title real quick as well. Looking on YouTube, I think this one is AI. Really? Rice Tube Gaming. Like that song specifically, or like the artist is not artist, the fucking prompt manager. An icy smoky effect. Ooh, okay, like kind of coming, like floating, like liquefying it to come kind of out and going psh, sort of. Hi there, Precious Politely. Welcome in, sweetheart. Did you see that you won a chibi, my darling? Hi there, amazing Artie. Welcome on in. How are you doing? Yep, that's right. Okay, cool. Got it. I love this song. Okay, let me see. Let's see. There we go. All right, changed that. Happy with that. I remember that song was AI. Last time I was too slow to tell you. Oh, okay. We gotta keep an eye on that one. Let me actually blacklist this. Yeah, don't play this artist. Okay, cool. Thank you for letting me know. I'm not sure who did that, but again, I don't actually reckon that there's anyone in this community that intentionally requests like AI music. Did I see what? Something louder was happening? You won a chibi, sweetheart. You won a chibi. Yeah. Okay. Now, oh, sorry, one second. I just gotta pull up your ref here, Umbra. Okay. All right. So, Umbra, may I ask? So this is what is this the outfit that we're heading towards, or is this the outfit we're coming from? And is there anything about it that you really want to maintain for this design? All right, let's see here. You've got the ponytail all the way through, so I'll oh, that's thick as fuck. Hold on. Oh, that's right. And you don't have ears. You have well, not human ears anyway. You have sorry, that's a habit when I make my dolls. Does the park go down the middle? Right or left? That would be the outfit we're heading to. The more modern look is the start of the transition. The cloak, probably the most likely thing to stay from something he picked up from his travels. And the mask. Okay, cool, awesome. So we'll keep the mask so that we can see his face. Do you want me to put the mask over on this side? Or do you want it to cover up his eye? What would you prefer? Just wondering, if I show you the texture, would you be able to replicate it to something looking similar? Probably Strat. It kind of depends on how complex the texture is, but I reckon I probably could. We can put it on the side not covering the eye, or leave it hanging from his belt or something. Okay, okay, sounds good. Let's see. He's got the hand holding the book in front of where I would normally put it. So maybe if it's okay with you, maybe we will leave it on the face, but we'll put it on this side, like you said. I'm just gonna put a note for myself here, mask. Okay, and yeah, that's probably a good spot. I feel like it's a bit too far off the head though, hold on. Okay. And then the ponytail is still a go. I love high ponytails, you can probably tell. As you know, I own a bunch of suits, so I would like it to have a similar texture to one of my faves. Oh, yes, I can do that, Strat. I can tile it. Just a thicker switch compared to normal suits. Gives it a unique look. Sure, Strat, feel free. That sounds good. An excellent, lovely Umbra. Alrighty. feel like it's a bit more like wiry. There we go. And then like that. Does it come down? The hair comes down a little bit in the back. Is that right? It kind of looks like it kind of like slightly longer. It's not like pulled all the way up. High ponytails be great. I concur. All right, let's see here. Also, I am a fellow cloak lover. I'll send you a pic of it when we're done with the stream. All right, sounds good. Sweet strat, thank you. You like high ponytail style? What a surprise. I know, you would never even guess, huh? Yeah.
I would go for your butt, probably.
I will go for your butt, definitely. Hi there, cutie cryptid. Welcome on in. How are you? Not pulled all the way up? Perfect. Should there be more hair hanging, or is this amount pretty good? I'm just coloring it so you can see it better. I am gonna undo the coloring as soon as I demonstrate it, though. Thank you for the care package. I'm doing good. How are you all doing? Doing great, cutie cryptid. Thank you for coming on in. It's such a pleasure to see you. Joke's on you, don't have a butt. That's not true, skeleton. Skeletons do have butts. Always gotta give the love when I can. I appreciate it, cutie cryptid. I really do. Thank you. All right. Hopefully that was long enough. I already took your butt? No, I gave it back. I always give butts back at the end of every stream. Unless you want me to keep it for safekeeping. We can't let your butts get hurt. Well, now we know why you don't have a butler.
I would go for your butt, probably.
I would go for your butt, definitely. Tau is the Boogalug's bum thief. This is true. Unfortunately, I have tried to run away from my past for far too long. I must now embrace my Boogalug's bum thiefness. Okay, and this cloak is quite tattered. It's not asymmetrical like mine, though, is it? It's just that it's stretching over his body, so I just have to keep that in mind. Like she embraces the bums, exactly. How could I have run from it for so long? I love bums too much. All right, so we're heading to this. I will, after I clone some of this stuff, I'll go and look at the other ref, and that way I can remove anything that we don't think would fit at this point in the timeline. Have you read that book, Tao? The Boogalug's Bum Thief? I have not. Is that an actual book? I thought you were... I thought you were saying some Australianism and then just being like a bum thief, and I'm like, oh, sure, why not? All right. Let me see here. At this point, he may not have the eye scar yet on his hands. Okay, cool. All right, I'll keep that in mind. So, the bandages are okay? Or... Aw, Ozzy! Thank you so much for gifting that sub to the lovely Nix. I really appreciate it, honey bun. Thank you so much for your awesome, awesome generosity. You're very sweet. Thank you, bun. Thank you so much. Thank you. Bandages be good? Okay, cool. Excellent. Alrighty. Also, I see there's like multiple layers of the cloak, so I might let that fall over itself a little bit. All right, so let's see. Oh, we got the dog. I do want to clarify our pup dog. Okay, this dog does not have gigantic eyes, so I will reduce that a little bit. Okay. Character layer. I'm just gonna get rid of that. What kind of a personality does this puppy dog have, Umbra? I can like express it in the form of its eyes and expression. It was written in 1991, apparently, which is older than I am, and is a wild thought because I remember seeing a play of it. Oh, interesting. And what is it about? Is it about someone who steals bums? Oh, you shared the 60-second time lapse? Awesome. I will have a look momentarily. His ears aren't that big. You never guess in a million years, but it is about someone who steals bums. Is it is it a children's book or something? I feel like it'd be very funny and goofy if it was a children's book, and I feel like it would be very inappropriate if it is an adult book. She usually has a happy, carefree personality. Oh, she's the opposite of Archie. Okay, in that case, maybe I will give her like big eyes. Amber, is she closer to like a fox, or is she closer to a wolf or a dog? Oops. Hold on, I don't like the jaw on this. Oh, hi there, Terrific Talon. Welcome on in, honey. How are you? It's good to see you. She be Wolf, but every so often she will change forms between worlds. That's really cool, Umbra. That's so sick. Awesome, Alec. Welcome on in. How are you? Okay, Wolf. I will keep that in mind. Terrific Talon. Thank you so much for the 20 stream streak. 20. Thank you so much. Oh, hey, good timing on that too. No kidding. That's incredible. Thank you so much for your amazing dedication and support, darling. Thank you. Thank you. I'm so glad that you've been enjoying the content so much. How are you, cutie? All right, so Wolf. You know what I might do? I might go back to my furry roots. Hold on. I'm gonna change the expression. Her favorite form be a wolf, and she be named Locust. Locust is a very good name for like a time traveling or like a universe or a timeline ascending being's pet. Tao is very enjoyable. Precious Valiley is very enjoyable. Hi there, Magnificent Muted. Welcome on in. How are you, hon? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. How's your day going, sweetie pie? Staying cool? I'm breaking laugh with my voice. What? Why, Ozzy? What's going on? Is there a Michael Jackson fan in the chat? We've had 2 Michael Jackson songs in a row now. We have a few. Yeah, I think Ozzy probably did. Ozzy request this one? Oh, and you requested one too, Seti. Banger music choice. Oh, but it wasn't you. Oh, okay. Seti did though. Yeah, to be fair, MJ has some bomb music. Absolutely. There's a reason that it's, you know, still regularly played on the radio. He sounds from Gareth from My Street when he raises his voice. Oh, I don't know who that is, but you sounds like you've got a sound alike, Ozzy.
Soldier Poet King by the Oh Hellos.
Was that meant to go in the request section, sweetheart? I'll put that up for you. That's cute up. You're all right, Seti. No worries. I wanted him to record it, but when he did it the second time, it wasn't recording. Oops. There's my song for the night. End of my smoke break. Oh, all good, Terrific Talon. Thank you for coming in, though. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams when you get around to it. We'll see you later, okay? Thank you for the lurk. Okay. Whoops. The TTS tricked me. Now that I saw Strats IC, you will get gender bent. Whenever Strat is ready, and obviously as soon as I finish the artworking, we will put it in the Discord, and you guys can do some fan art of Strat. I do really love this song. Such a banger. Ladies, Strat indeed, brushes politely. Is there a gender bent Tau art? There is. I don't know if Sedu's done one, but Aspen definitely did. Yeah, Aspen did. Hey, Strat, go to sleep. You haven't slept in, what, 48 hours now? What is this hip? Hold on. I thought you forgot I was even here. Are you fucking kidding me, Strat? I know when you're here. Because I feel much more safe and secure when you're here. But that is not a reason for you not to sleep. Because if you don't sleep, you won't be here ever. And then I'll never be secure. I don't know. Actually, maybe it's best if she is looking completely to one side. Let me see. What would she be looking at? She could be looking at the fire. Actually, maybe we'll do that. Let me try that version. I'll copy this and see what we think. Can you tell that I used to draw furry shit all the time? Tau has a sixth sense for when people are up past their bedtime. Mom will wake me up for it if I go to sleep now. Best to wait until that's done. Wait, hold on. Was this a reference to? Wait, what's done? I could never stay up for 48 hours? No, I can't do it anymore either. Space shared art? Oh, and I need to watch your short, fuck, I can't words. Hold on. Okay. Oh my God, please let me expand this. There we go. Oh, actually that doesn't do a whole lot of good. There we go. I'll just leave it like this. I tried staying up for 24 hours once in my life. I used to do it With relative frequency when I was a teenager, but I can't fucking handle it now. I once stayed up for 168 hours and was hospitalized. I bet you were. 168 hours? That's not possible. I can do 20 hours max now, I think. It's a struggle for me to do like 16. That's awesome, Sweetest Seti. Thank you so much for sharing. That's so cool. I always love seeing speed draws and stuff. Oh my gosh! Lovely cat, that's beautiful! Oh my gosh, I love the soft lighting and the lily pads and all the presumably sakura blossoms. That's beautiful. That's so cool. Cat, great job. I can't wait for the 15th. I will be free from the project and work hell. Then I end up going full force editing mode. Thank you so much, Strat. I'm really excited. I may require less sleep than usual, but I can't stay up for over 24 hours. Yeah, I think as I get older, I need more sleep. Yeah. This is gorgeous, honey. Excellent work. Also, your atmospheric perspective is so good. I love the lightning of the blossoms in the back, like the light shining through it. Oh, that is so cute. Sad. Oh my god, I love that. The aspen, that's so cute. That's too cute. Excellent work, you guys. Got so many incredibly talented people in this community. Oh my goodness. Thank you for sharing your gorgeous, gorgeous work with us. I think that actually looks better because now it looks like she's actually looking at something. Umbra, let me know what you prefer. If you liked her looking 3/4 or if you like her looking off to the side more. This is the context. She's kind of looking off to the stairwell or the probably more like the fire where she is. Claire, hi cutie Claire, welcome on in. How are you? It's great to see you. Very springy, very nice. Isn't it beautiful, band? It's such a pretty drawing. Hi there, excellent Eric. Welcome on in. How are you doing? It's great to see ya. You could stay up for 48 hours if you had enough coffee, although you might have heart palpitations. Yeah. I think I like this better. Okay, great. I agree with you. All right. Let me see. Let's see. This is just a regular book, right? It's not this book, like what he's holding right now. Do you have claws? Doesn't look like it. Let me know if you have claws. I'm the same where I'm an old man taking like afternoon naps. I just got done making another model for my Ko-Fi. That's great, Claire. I can't be stopped, and we wouldn't want you to be. Congratulations. Don't you get close to coffee? And I did read your text. That's not a solution. Don't you get close to coffee? And I did read your text. That's not a solution. Listen, I had no option. Maybe tonight I will. Who knows? Probably not. I have teaching until 1 o'clock in the morning. Whomst requested this? So guys, we did. Track. So guys, we did? What do you mean? I just learned what this song is called. Hello? Hello? How was a good teacher? Aw, thank you, Precious Politely. I'm glad you think so, sweetheart. Precious Politely is a good student. The song is TikTok in 2021? Is it really? I have missed out on so many trends, and I think I seem a lot older than I actually am because I just don't get on TikTok ever. I haven't... Sorry, Strat, cover your ears real quick. I haven't uploaded anything to our TikTok channel in like 4 or 5 months. You haven't missed much in terms of quality. What do you teach if you don't mind me asking, Tao? Skellington, I teach art and I also teach English as a second language. Oh, I know. Don't worry about it. Wait! You're not supposed to know that, Stein! Wait! How do you know that? You're not allowed to access fucking TikTok. What do you don't know? You don't know. Cryptid! Thank you for my duck. Thank you for my duck. That's not our focus at the moment, so it's fine. Oh, VPN exists? Strat's been checking on me, and then... disappointment. I knew the move was going smoothly. ISP screwed up and had me moving in about 10 days from now, but starting billing tomorrow. Yikes. Yeah, that's not great. That is not great. I'm glad they're fixing it urgently, Storm. That's good. If I had TikTok Tao, Tao would be one of the few people I'd actually watch on there. Aw, thank you, Suda Skellington. I appreciate that. VPN share value when the surveillance state I live in has the idea of photo ID age verification. Yeah. I will be managing the upload schedule. Schedules going forward, so you don't have to bother with it. Aw, thank you, Strat. I really appreciate it. Lizard, and lizard. Fuck. Thank you for the lizarding, Storm. You're back and you brought a friend. Let's go. Hi, friend. How is friend? It's still surreal seeing my name on a song as a featuring artist. Yeah, that's awesome, hon. That's so cool. Oh, the friend was my duck. Thank you for my duck. I do like the duck. Umbra, do you want a less severe look on your face, or do you want to be kind of like focused? Because I can also just do this like slightly determined slash like kind of look like this, or I can have like a downturned mouth. It's up to you. Hey, dearest Daytona, welcome on in. Also, amazing Umbra. Thank you for the Umbra. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the feedings of the sticky hearts. Gonna lurk a bit? If by lurk you mean sleep! Sounds good. Sweet dreams. Okay, sorry, this is too squeamy. Oh, good, it's over. That's a really loud song. As he's newer to the place, more of a serious. Yep, sure. All right. How's that? His nose is not far off. It's far out enough. Hold on. One extreme to the other. That one's really loud, and this one is very quiet. Yeah, yeah. Classic. Think it looked better before? Oh, okay. Wait, the nose or the expression? Sorry. Both, maybe? And if by expression, do you mean when it was smirking or like before I... Oh, the expression? Let me see, because I did have, like, before I did the smirk, I did have, like... That? Do you like that? Oh, you do like the smirking. Okay, all right. Okay. Is that the... Hold on, is that the most smirky smirk I've got? Hold on. Okay. There we go. What do you think of that, Umbra? Oh, thank you for the Powtack, Ram. Thank you so much. Welcome in. How are you? It's good to see ya. Wow, this is lovely. I like it? Okay, cool. Awesome. If you see anything else that you'd like changed, let me know. Although, since it's just a sketch, basically, if there's like a singular line out of place, you can probably let me know when we hit the line art phase. If I happen to go over the exact same line that you don't like a couple of times. Thank you for the care package, Ram. How are you? Sounds good. Awesome. Okay. All right. And then this. I actually think. Hold on. I might actually just import your other. I do wish that Procreate would let me put multiple references on like in the reference section, but it won't. So I have one reference and then I gotta go and grab the other one and just pop it in here. Lav, you did a great job on that song. Excellent work, sweetheart. I'm very impressed. That was awesome. Oh, it is time for a break. You're right. I have a good reference in mind. Town, just struggling, looking for it. That's okay, Ozzy. Take your time. No hurry. Hold on, I'm still looking for this ref. Oh, found it. Perfect. All right. Just gotta put that up there. Cool. Alrighty. Now I can bring this back.
Hello!
Hello, Cutie Cyber, welcome in. How are you? It's good to see ya. Okay, so we have the same top, so I will mimic the top. It was a relaxing song, wasn't it? Let's see. Okay, yeah, we gotta go on a quick break, sweethearts. Please make sure that you guys hydrate. Grab yourself something to eat or drink. Have a little stretch. Maybe go to the bathroom. And darlings, this is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Listen, I'm going to miss you terribly, but I'll see you soon in only 3 minutes. Mwah, 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 mwah.
Wobble dogs. Wobble dogs. Wobble dogs. Wobble dogs.
Uh-oh, eyeball problems. Not the brain. Yes, I am, but oh, you know what we're gonna have to do? To me in the best way that I know how, with a little video.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A.
Raw, darling.
3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger. I like our cows. Look at them. There's cute cows. Aren't they babies? Look at the babies. Look at that baby. Have a meal from a clay pot. Ow! Hey! Why? Why would you do that to me? Very mean. You're so cute and tasty. So cute and tasty. Yum, yum. Fuck, dude. God, this room is fucked up. Why is this room so scary looking? Why is there...
Do a deep clean before Rose starts walking around.
Your baby's like 6 months old. It's not gonna be walking for a little bit. A historical look into the architecture of Eastern European castles and keeps by George Trevor. Why is there a chair on the sofa? Darling. Right, darling. You didn't scare me. Okay, his Maha stuff. All kills. All those. That's fucking sick, dude.
Another report. I want to make another report about what I've been doing.
What was that sound, you will? Luigi here in 2001, 2002 looks like he's doom scrolling on TikTok. He's so... Oh, fuck. Wait. Someone is gonna cut off my head? What? That doesn't happen anytime. I don't think that's in the game. Is it? Is it? We should approach that Velociprey. Turn around. Turn around. Turn around. Sneaking up on you, sneaking up on you. Blah! Got him. I always come back and I'm just like, what the fuck am I saying? Welcome back, sweethearts. Welcome back. Awesome Aussie. Welcome back, you beautiful thing. Abby's for you. Yee, good Aussie. Lovely la. Abby's. Yee, good laugh. Welcome back, Nick. Slice Jam Slice. Abby's for you. Yes. Good Nix. Welcome back, Sweet Star. Welcome back, amazing Umbra. Abby's. Good. I'm back. You found reference photo. Awesome. Feel free to send it my way. Might lurk for a bit and have a shower. Absolutely lovely, love. Have a good shower. Excellent work on your song again. Thank you for the lurk. Appreciate it. All Alrighty, let me see here. Okay, so things that are common between both of these. Yeah, all right. I love my slow internet. That's all right, Suda Skellington. Uppies. Yee. Good Skellington. Outstanding Obtuse, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream. Much appreciated. Okay. Okay. Your voice better now? I would say 95%. I can feel, I came in, I came in swinging to stream today, and I shouldn't have done that. I should not have done that. I was so excited that I was like able to have 95% of my like flexibility back that I got too fucking excited, and I may or may not have fucked it up a little bit. So I'm trying to settle back down a little tiny bit. Welcome back, Sudaseru. You've been hit by truck. Ow! I think I will only be lurking for the Discord games tonight. I have a ton of work to complete. I will try to make some time to hang out. That's okay, Sweet Strat. Never any pressure. That's all right. I'll be hosting it, so you do not have to be there if you can't make it. How hard did Anna get hit by struck by a smooth criminal? Probably something along the lines of like that. Self-sabotage, I know it well. Yes, but out of excitement. Stay beautiful, friends. Are you heading out, Amazing Alec? Thank you so much for being here, hon. I appreciate you. Okay, and then there's like a belt kind of around the waist area. Not even the waist, sorry. It's higher than the waist. And that is on both of these. Yeah, so we will put that there. With all the lies and the books to make a citizen out. Speaking of MJ memes, I saw someone introduce his son Jack, and his friend just got possessed by Michael Jackson and went dancing. Wait, what? I saw someone introduce his son Jack? Michael Jackson's son? Or your friend's or someone's son? Oh, it's a meme video. Oh, okay. Gotcha. And this is slightly below the waist. It's like over the hips. So is that tight? No, actually it kind of hangs off there. Top one is tight, bottom one is not too tight. So clothes first. So, Umbra, I noticed in the old version, this version, right? I noticed that the, like, I almost want to say cloak. The cloak is like buttoned all the way up, and then on this one, it's barely buttoned up, like literally only at like the neck. Do you want me to, what do you think? Do you want to kind of go like halfway up? Like just maybe it's unbuttoned past the belt area so that like all this bottom part still like flows out? Or what's your preference? Absolute banger. True that, Artie. True that. His son's name is Jack, and the guy said, "Hi, Jackson." And the father said, "Sir, that's not what I said." And the guy just went dancing and screaming like Michael Jackson. That sounds crazy. That sounds crazy. And then the pants, oh, they're baggy. They're baggy. I've been trapped in 2000s emo music. I must say, I do wind up trapped in that as well if I just hit shuffle on my liked music. Like,
Pretty lady.
85% of it is from like 2000s.
Pretty lady. Lovely little bit.
Done for the day. Brecky is here. Enjoy your Brecky, sweet strat. Those be the same. There was a third ref I should have put in. Oh, that's all good, Umber. Okay, all right, gotcha. So, do you, which one should I follow then, if they're supposed to be the same? Gonna eat lunch? All good, honey bun. Enjoy your lunch. Michael Jackson once said, hee hee. Thank you for the care package, Iridius. How dare you work on a commission that was requested and paid for before mine? You as the artist should be prioritizing me above all others. Excuse me. Alex, I can show you where I am with yours if you want, but I'm not satisfied with it yet. So, until I am, I don't want to send it to you. We're close to the same ref, little updated from each other. Either works. The second one in the back is more updated. Okay, this one is more updated. All right, so we'll have it buttoned down. And then it looks like it opens up right before the belts. The book's in the way, but that's okay. Raw, darling. Raw, darling. Hi, lovely Lobbit. Is Maze about okay? They seem to be speaking to non-existent chatters. How so? Zekel! Hi, lovely Zekel. It's so good to see you, hon. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Michael Jackson on a roller coaster. Real sad. I had a cookie. I ate it. And now I have no cookie. I'm so sorry, Seiko. I'm so sorry. I'm sure you'll find another cookie. A better cookie. Quick question. Do you listen to AC/DC a lot? I don't listen to Akadaka a lot. I'm not a big like loud rock fan. I have a couple of their songs, but not too many. Let me go grab one of my favorites and post it in the Discord. Go for it, Red. NPC bot 2, you cannot select that. There was a boss battle going on behind the scenes that I forgot to turn back on. And I think that it was probably just like responding to the NPC being like, you can't do that because the NPC did something dumb, probably. The third ref should look much more modern and closer to an outfit one might see in the world of Flesh and Blood. Oh, okay. Do you want me to look at that one instead or in conjunction with the other two? I am real zooted. Seko, is this that kind of cookie? You cannot eat our cake and have it. Why not? I think that's the point of having a cake, is to eat it and have it. To have it and eat it. You know? You're not going to eat the whole cake all at once. You will at least have the cake and eat it too for like a week, probably. I will have a whole cake at once and regret doing it too. That sounds like a challenge to me. Alex Strat, no. In conjunction, that was the outfit he came from to these outfits. Okay, so the one that did you just send me another ref then? Let me see. Oh, that's such a cute idea, Umbra. I love your idea for the other side of the TV. Can do. I just need to know, do you want Vash to be like leaning against it or consume the cake? As someone who works in a bakery, can confirm, have cake, will eat. So the rest, thank you, Ozzy, appreciate it. I will have a look after stream. The can't have your cake and eat it too saying always seemed odd to me. Like, why do you think I got the cake to begin with? It was specifically to eat it. That's true. Exactly what I'm saying. Exactly what I'm saying. Have cake, will eat. Man, especially from like a professional bakery. Fuck. What is this song, dude? I just hope it isn't too much as a request. No, Ozzy, not at all. I love drawing people's pets. What is this song? I'll be back. Stream was being buggy for me on my side. Oh, that's okay, Umbra, no worries. I was just asking if you send another reference. So the third reference you want to send is from the past, like even further back than either of these drawings. Is that right? The phrase "have your cake and eat it" is actually backwards, as you cannot eat food and then still have food for eating. Maybe that's why they say it that way, but I still think it's a silly goose. It's a silly goose idiom. Yee, okay, okay. Feel free to send through whenever you like, lovely Umbra. I can send it in DMs. It should have been added to the VGen. Oh, wait. Sorry, hun. I am so sorry. I literally was just like, because I'd worked with you before, I was like, oh, I've just got everything. No, that's probably actually my fault. I was like, oh yeah, no, Umber would have just sent me this already in our Discord, so I'm not even gonna look at these references besides the, you know, the archive idea. 1 second. No, that's my fault. Sorry, hun. My bad. 1 second. There we go. I don't know why it doesn't show me everything, which is a pain. There we go. Okay, let me see here. Aha! Found it. Yep, got it. Okay. So this one's the oldest one. All right. So we don't have the gloves anymore. We don't have the cargo pants anymore. Is there anything that we're keeping from this time period, hun? Done with my sad breakfast. Why is it sad, Strat? Oh no! Now for the happy pomegranate juice and a bit of shut-eye while I listen to stream. I think you should listen. I love that you like to listen to me talk, but if you leave me on and then we get follows or subscribing or a raid or something, you're gonna be like, oh, welcome. Well, thank you. You know? The best cakes sit upon the tongue like the finest of meringues, and on the stomach like a concrete bowling ball. All right, I like these boots. You can have more cake if you buy too much. Not like there is such a thing as too much cake anyway. Be like that. That's the point of listening on stream. Strat! I've discovered your secret. It's not allowed. Umber, is there just like one big buckle on here? Looks like there's one big buckle. Is that correct on the boot? Fine, no interaction unless there is a raid. Listen, I'll take what I can get. He probably would have kept the shirt and maybe the colors of that time as they sort of blend into what he will become. Okay, so keep the shirt. Let me go open this real quick. The white shirt. And then, so does that mean that we want the kind of that white, kind of creamy gray color shirt, and then we want this cloak? Is that right? The black and red. If you keep this up, tell me on stream early just to get you to sleep. Yeah, you did. Yeah? Okay, perfect. Awesome. Okay, so we have like this t-shirt then. Yep, good, which we've kind of already established. I will call this gray. I'll put V1 because this is V2 reference, right? And then V3 is on the left. All right. Let's see. Oh, hi, Cutie Core. Welcome in. This starts to become a streamer just so I can raid and Strat can interact. Yeah! Are you willing to risk it? That's a good point. I'm unpredictable. You never know what I'm gonna do. Alrighty, and then on this belt, there's a little pouch on there, which I think I can actually get in there, which is good. It's got this little V shape. Like that, and got a buckle. Okay. Oh, sorry, it's on the other side. My bad. There we go. Strat, lol. I would love to welcome you in, bud. You're so sweet, Strat. With Tam, I can guarantee she will extend, but will not end soon. She loves streaming too much. It's true. I do really love streaming. That's true. But maybe if it was for your health and well-being, Strat, don't tempt me. Foil before I start. That's exactly why I have it set to 3, so that no one can come in and disrupt Strat's naps. Cutie Spotter, thank you for the cat package. Don't mind me just spilling water on my electronic device. Next, Tao will ask me why. I know! Why? And stream and then start it back up when Strat is asleep. Aha! These are some big brain moves, my friend. Yes, yes. Okay. I am not sick, just sleep deprived. I will be fine. Don't worry, I will fall asleep if you don't scream for a bit. If I don't scream for a bit. Okay, all right. Okay.
What do you like about corn?
It's cold. A big one with knobs. It has to choose. I'm a beautiful thing.
Ooh, nom 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 nom. Okay, I'll stop screaming now. Thank you for feeding me and for my corn song. Sorry, I was gonna sing along with the corn song, but I had to get my screams out so that Strat can sleep. Okay, Strat, you can sleep now. Should have started a timer to see how long you could do that. I have good lung capacity. I grew up in the mountains. Throw stuff into Tao's mouth as long as it's tasty stuff. That's some amazing breath control you got there. And you say you don't sing. Lies. Oh, there was no stability in whatever that sound was. That was not a note. That was not a note. If I had to try and hold a note, that would be harder. Go to sleep, Strat. I mean, go to sleep, Strat. Sorry, I said I was done yelling and then I yelled. Okay. Hey, Precious Patricia, welcome on in. How are you? Good to see you. Wait, sorry. I literally went up to look at this and yeah, okay. It originates from under here. Sweet dreams, Strat. Sleep well. We cannot go above whatever decibel I'm talking at right now. Shh. If I start yelling and freaking out, you guys have to be like, Tao, shut up. Psst, psst, psst. Bad Tao. But do not throw fish at me. Then I'll be sad. That saves me buying bits for 10 Gias, Strat. Aha, aha. Doing pretty good. Glad to hear it, sweetheart. Oh no, Spider, why would you do that? Had a day off, but something extraneous has made me a little upset. Oh, I'm sorry, sweetheart.
Ugh, yucky. Oh, well, now I'm feeling negative too.
I'm right. Why would you do that? No, I did not say throw fish. Ew. Oh, ew. That's all right, Patricia. Thank you for not spreading the negativity, but feel free to use the Vents and Rants channel if you like. I don't have mom voice redeem. No, we don't have mom voice. Oh my God. Mom voice redeem. We don't have it at the moment. Is this the Strat sleep voice redeem? No, I'm just really bad at like not yelling and shrieking. Okay, he's lurking. Okay, guys, he's lurking. Okay, shh, 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 shh. No one say anything. Nobody say anything. No one say anything. Ah, fuck. There goes the fucking ducks. Shh, ducks. Shh, shh. Good timing there, Storm. Well done. Pulls out bat. We can make sure Strat sleeps. No, I need his brain. His brain functions as my brain, because my brain doesn't function. Please don't steal the brain. And put it on... Please don't smash the brain all over the walls. Not really something for the Vents and Rants channel, but thank you for the reminder. Oh, okay, fair enough, precious Patricia. Fair enough. Well, I hope you feel better in short order, hun. Okay, sorry. How many holes are there in this belt? Okay, we got 1, 2, 3, and then 4. So 1 is up against there, 2, 3, and then 4, and then another one over here. Is the brain cell pass between Strat and Utah? Yeah, basically. Except he has it 95% of the time. He's much more useful with it than I am, trust. Hello, Terrific Trash. Welcome on in. How are you, hon? It's so good to see you. Welcome, welcome. All right, and then this one goes farther down on the leg. Are there any holes in that? No, but there is a brace there. Okay. I like all the belts. I terribly miss belts of the 2000s. I must have worn 12 belts to school. That was so cool, dude. So glad I didn't type for this clip. Shucks. Oh, let me watch this. Hold on. Hold on. 1 second. We must pause. Oh, actually, I'll let the song play out real quick. Okay. Is this the Strat sleep voice redeem? No, I'm just really bad at like not yelling and shrieking. Okay, he's lurking. Okay, guys, he's lurking. Okay, shh, 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 shh. No one say anything. Nobody say anything. No one say anything. Ah, fuck. There goes the fucking ducks. Shh, ducks. Shh, shh. That is extremely funny. Well done. Masterful work. Ozzy, excellent clippage. Please do put that in the Discord. That's really funny. Oh my god, the timing was so pristine. I'm okay. My shoulders are quite sore for no apparent reason, so getting back to sleep hasn't been much of an option, but I'm still as comfy, cozy in bed as I can be. I am happy to hear that you are, well, I'm happy to hear that you're as comfy and cozy as you can be, but I'm sorry that your shoulders are sore, lovely trash. Did you do any lifting or anything? I couldn't be here to share last week. There are 2 models. Oh, let me have a look. Already there? You're amazing. Thank you, Ozzy. The U is next to I on the keyboard, so if I typoed that would have been shit. What would that have been? Shticks. Ah. Maybe I should read things before I say them. Sorry. Let's have a look. Cute. Oh, I like this one. It's small. It's smaller than most of them, isn't it? I really like the I like the colors, and I like this must be an old vehicle. That's awesome, hon. Excellent work. Very cool. Very cool. Oh, that's really pretty. That looks great. That looks awesome. Excellent work. Oh, wait, do the wings go? Oh, that's cool. The wings tuck like a burb. That's awesome, hon. Excellent. Well done. Well done, Precious Patricia. Awesome job. Awesome job. This is a very cute drawing, Skellington. Who is this? Is this an OC? Very cute. I feel like I relate to everything here. I just wish that I had cool horns like that. That's sick. Panavia Tornado. Oh, you know what a Panavia Tornado is, Trash? What is, so wait, which one of those is that? I'm guessing I just slept awkwardly last night or something like that, because I tend to move around a lot in my sleep. Oh, I'm sorry, Trash. I hope that you get much better rest tonight. The armored car is one of my smallest kits. Yeah, it's an Austin armored car in Ukrainian Republic service during the 1920s. Very cool. Hey there, cutie Esme. Welcome on in. How are you? Good to see you. This is really lovely, Skellington. Nice job. Very cute. Trying to get back into drawing, so I thought having an OC would be a good idea. Absolutely. Agreed. It's really cute. I love it. I would love to see it when it's all colored as well, Skellington. It's Women's History Month. It is. Isn't today also International Women's Day or something like that? Am I right on that? All right, so... Ooh, Umbra. How many... I noticed that there's like one vial in this older version, and on this one, there's... I'm assuming there's like several going across here. How many would you like on here? Because we can actually show quite a few of them. I assume that there would be more than one, but less than however many are here. And maybe down on this part as well? Possibly. So Whip in the art channel. Ooh, let me have a look. Oh, that's on the 8th? Oh, my bad. My bad. Esme, that's so cute. Oh, I love. This is beautiful, sweetheart. I love, love, love those lashes. Very nice, darling. Excellent job, Esme. Please keep up the great work. Show me more. Show me more. Maybe like 4-ish on body and 1 on the leg. Okay, cool. Awesome. Sounds good. So 4-ish on the body. So we'll start over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, for some dimension, I might put the 4th one over. Whoops. Actually, yeah, that's fine. Okay, put the 4th one like over here. Do these have like corks, kind of? I love rendering like corks. Tell me there's corks. Please tell me there's corks, Umbra. I love corks. Sorry, I have to be quiet. I don't want to wake up Strap. The Panavia Tornado was the plane. The wings sweep back and forth like for higher speeds. That's so cool, Patricia. That's really badass. Not only that, I sent a thing of my vision and media as well, so you know how I see things. Your vision. Let me see. Oh, interesting. What kind of color blindness do you have, hon? Looks like you don't see... Oh, you're the opposite of Nath. You don't see cool colors. Nath is the opposite of you. He doesn't see any of these warm colors. He can see greens and blues and like purples, kind of, but reds, orange, yellow, they all look like grayish brown. Oh, fuck. Holy shit, hold on. Sorry. Oh my god. Jesus. Sorry. Hold on. Everything's fine for me. I just sorry, hold on. Whoa. Oh god. Wow. Okay, sorry. I'm back. Whoa, okay. Sorry. Yeah, I'm okay. I just got a very alarming text message. Huh. Yikes. Blue-yellow color blindness is what I have. Interesting. Does your hand need an exorcist? Hug goes for you, awesome Aussie. Nix, Patricia, thank you guys. Shit, sorry. I'm just gonna take a hot minute and just draw for a second, okay? That's insane. Sorry, wait. Oops, I didn't even see what you said there. Umbra, what did you say? How many on the leg? They would have corks. Awesome. Okay, one on the leg. That's it. Okay. ADHD memory made those, oh, made me lose my colorblind glasses. Oh, I'm sorry, Esme. I'm sorry. Huggles for you, lovely Ram. Umbra, thank you guys. You're so sweet. Hi there, little Mac. How are you? If the text is alarming, is everything really okay? Yeah, well, everything's okay for me. I just got a message from a friend that their partner died. So that's very sad. My partner's quite young as well, so that's very sad. I don't know the partner very well at all, but yeah. And my friend specifically said, please don't check on me, so I'm like, okay, I'll just keep streaming, I guess, but holy shit.
Chat attempting to distract Tau from sadness.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. You guys do a great job. Thank you. Lovely lad, and welcome on in. How are you? Would it be wise to take a longer break coming up? If my friend didn't specifically say, please do not check on me, then I would say yes, but they specifically said, please do not check on me. So I will keep on keeping on, but yeah, it's quite sad. Hi, Sweet Silver, how are you? Is everything okay? Yeah, just, we a bunch of dancing, prancing monkeys, for real. That hurts so much. Yeah, I feel really bad for him. That's incredibly tragic. Sending love to the Tau. Thank you, precious, politely. I appreciate it. Love to you guys, darlings. Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Terrific Try. Welcome on in. How are you? Good to see ya. Man, it's just, the thing that's just kind of hitting me is like, when stuff like this happens, you start to realize the fragility of life, I guess. Because, like, this person was substantially younger than me or my friend, and, yeah, it's just really, But the last thing I want to do is, you know, if someone specifically says, please do not check on me, then I'm like, okay, I will not. But fuck, I'm sorry. Hi there, Valiant Void. How are you? Good to see you. Welcome, welcome. On a more lighthearted note, if Nath can't see reds and oranges and warm colors generally, does he think your model is graying? No, but when I had red, because I did have, I made my model when my hair looked a lot like this. And I had like bright red in like interspersed with black. And he always used to say that it looked like the red parts looked like they were lighter black parts. So like warm grays kind of. So yeah, he probably does think that I'm, but now my hair's like got silver spots instead of the red. And he says, oh, that's much more distinguishable. Hope everything goes well. It's such a horrible situation. It is really sad. Maybe check on your friend tomorrow. My friend is the type of person that if you do not abide by their wishes, they will like get very upset with you. So I will probably just wait until they do reach out. Yeah, but that's really tragic to me. I didn't know you have red in your model. I thought it was just orange this entire time. Oh, that's fair. No, it's like a really quite a vibrant red, I would say, but orange is close. Valiant Void, thank you for my little pal hat. Sorry, I'm just a little bit like my brain is just like fuck.
Click the buttons.
Click, 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 click the buttons. Click, 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 click.
Thank you for my clicky song, Void. Can't see neon colors or red. Oh, interesting. Yeah, Nath can't see any warm stuff. Red is a no-go. And it kind of sucks because we were going to get him those colorblind glasses, but he has a specific type of colorblindness that means that the glasses actually don't help. So he'll never actually see these colors, which is tragic because red is my favorite color. So all the things I draw with red, he's like, how muted? And I'm like, yeah, for you. Your hair kind of reminds me of a red-crested cockatoo. Oh, I like that. I like that a lot, Skellington. I can appreciate that for sure. To my eyes, reds go a bit more brown than they really are. It isn't terrible. I used to be a cricket umpire after all. Did you really, Storm? So many lives you have lived. I picked a good song to relax to. What'd you pick, Snaps? This one? No, Strato, very sad. No. Shh, we mustn't say his name. Don't curse him with waking up. Void, he's asleep because he hasn't slept for like over 24 hours, so we're trying to be quiet. We don't want to awaken him. My outfit must be more old-timey looking to Nath. Actually, yeah. For you, it probably would a little bit, yeah. Nath's favorite color is actually blue because it's like the one color that he very, very truly can see. I know what your friend is going through. Like I mentioned, unfortunately, I'm going through the same thing with my family. Oh, I'm so sorry, Esme. I wish you the best of luck pulling through such a difficult situation, hun. I hope you have a lot of people that you can lean on. All right, let me see here. Oh, hey, Umbra, I am so sorry. Did you say these are just a single buckle? Because over here, are these the same boots? Which model would you like me to follow? Because this one looks more like strappies, and this one looks more like a buckle. Do not summon resting strat. Precisely. Void is happy that he's getting some rest then. There you go, Void. That's a spirit. He's like Beetlejuice, so we say too many times he wakes up. It's true. I'm also trying to be quieter because if I raise my voice too much or squeal or anything, then I'll scare him awake. He'll be like, what's happening? What? Can I tell you what all happened in DMs though? I'd rather not, Esme. If you want to do any venting though, the Vents and DMs, the Vents and Rants channel is always open to you to kind of get stuff off your chest. I unfortunately cannot be like a confidant for every single pal as much as I desperately wish that I could, and so it's not really fair if I'm only that for one. Does that make sense? Maybe the straps? I think it will fall closer to the old ref with the straps. Okay, sounds good. Thank you for the care package, Cedar Snaps. Fair enough, I'll keep that in mind. Yeah, please do, Esme, please do. Okay, cool. Let's do buckles. Not buckles, straps. Now, Umbra, are there any specific motifs or like Easter eggs that you want me to include on any of these books around the place, or can I just color them whatever color and not put titles on them, or would you like me to put like certain little Easter eggs around here somewhere? What's the song cue? Sweetest Snaps, you can see what the next 5 songs I think are if you do exclamation point cue. It's never easy losing someone so suddenly, and especially if they're so young. This isn't intended to cause any anxiety, but it can happen to anyone at any time. Hold your loved ones close. Absolutely. No worries, Sweetest Snaps. No worries, hun. Okay, let me see. So I've got the t-shirt on. Okay, so now we got to move over to our not cloak. We've got the cloak too. We need the coat part. I haven't thought about that. Could there be Easter eggs of some people? I can send some names in the DMs. Yeah, go for it, Umbra. Send me as many as you like. We got a lot of books. Also, Umbra, so it appears to me that this like coat, it's almost like a t-shirt at the top. Should it cover the gray t-shirt that we've chosen from the previous ref, or do you want to have it like cut off here so that this will be gray, and then all of this will function with function as the coat? What's your preference? 2 songs the same in a row? Is that deliberate? I'm not sure. Maybe Strat did it twice. I'm not sure. Have you ever seen Game of Thrones? I have, Snaps. I have. I really love the new series so far. The Night of the Seven Kingdoms is excellent. And welcome back, lovely laugh. How was your shower? Let's have it cut off. Okay, cool. You got it. All right. So, oops, one sec. There we go. All right, so this will cut off here. I might have this come out a little more just so that it looks more like vesty. Whoa! Sorry, loud. I'm sorry, loud. That is a screamy song. You see Night of the Seven? Yes, it's so good. That's what I was going to ask about. It's so good. It's really, really great, isn't it? Thank you for the lyric, lovely Esme. Appreciate you, hun. Except I found out there are gemstones missing from my favorite shirt. Oh, no. From your favorite shirt? You have gemstones on your favorite shirt? That's amazing. I'm sorry they're missing, though. All right, let me see. All right, got this, and this kind of comes up a little bit more. Has courage deserted the noble houses of Westeros? My man Dunk. I do love that his name is Dunk. It's my favorite. That's an amazing name. Such a short time without Strat, and Tao already doesn't know what's going on. He does keep me on track. My brain just don't work. Hi, Precious Proof. Welcome on in. How are you? That's why when he's asleep, you guys have to keep me accountable. Really remind me of the early seasons of Game of Thrones. I really liked it because it like didn't have like much at all in the way of like the kings and queens and stuff. And I really like, especially in fantasy worlds, I love some world building involving like the common man. And I really like that they did that. 1, 2, 3, 4 above, 1 below. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4 above, 5 beneath. The writing was strong then. It sure was, wasn't it? Oh, bugger. I don't have a green purple color pen. Is that what color you want to make her hair, Skellington? Tau needs Strat to keep her on track, and Strat needs Tau to keep him wild. That's actually true. That's actually so true. Centipede is perfect. Thank you, Umbra. 1 second. Let me see here. Aw, yes. Let's go. Next to each other. Oh, this is so cute. I love it, Umbra. I love it so much. That's great. All right. I'm gonna put a different layer on here just to keep track of this real quick. Um. Uh. Wow, I can't fucking write. Oh, and then. Cool. All right. Perfect. Okay. Lionel Gigachad Baratheon. Oh my god, I love that dude. He's insane. Oh, that shirt was limited as well. Oh, hon, I'm sorry. How old is the shirt? Oh, sorry. Jesus, Coda. I tried to get into Game of Thrones. I just couldn't. Shows and movies with a lot of intimacy is a no for me. I just don't find those scenes necessary. That's very fair. Yeah, Game of Thrones probably has some of the most aggressive, in-your-face sexual conduct in, like, television. Bork, ba-ork. That's what I do whenever someone sends something with, like, spaces. I'm just like, oh, I better sound this out. Ba-ork. Alrighty, let's see here. It does look like it tapers down and over a little bit, which I think looks cool. How far down does it go? A little too far there. Umbra and or Vash, if Vash is still here, can I ask, and you totally don't have to tell me, because I know that that's, like, obviously that could be very personal information, but I was wondering if, like, how did you guys meet? Because you both talk so, like, so, fondly of each other, and it makes me think that you guys are, like, well, and you've both told me that each is essentially your brother, so I was like, I wonder how they met. Time to draw along till it's time to sleep. Sounds good, Precious Proof. I'm very much looking forward to seeing what you come up with. Not to mention the Sweet Home Alabama-isms. Oh yes, that's generally just one entire house. Orc? Tau is an orc. Red ones go faster. Wait, do red orcs notoriously go faster? It's not for everyone. I originally thought I'd hate it, but I had nothing better to do than try it. Yeah. Pulling out the colored pencils for this job. Ooh, let's go, Skellington. Taking out the big guns. Through a friend named Parr, and we really hit it off. Oh, that's awesome, Umbra. That's really cool. That's very sweet. That explains why you want Parr on here, too. Well, I'm very grateful that you two found each other, and I'm very grateful that Vash found us, and that he was willing to share the community with you as well, Umbra, because you are such a sweetheart. An entire house of Sweet Home Alabama isms. Something something Habsburg chin. Yep. Yup. Okay, wait. I think I'm rendering the wrong kind of fabric for this. This is way too thick. I like dark and gruesome stuff, but I still watch and really enjoy My Little Pony, so yeah. Game of Thrones? Nah. Yeah, that's totally fair, Sliver. The 40k orcs are an interesting bunch. If they think it, it becomes reality. Oh, wow. So they say red ones go faster in their deep, gruff voices, and the vehicles painted red do. They say purple is an invisible color, so purple things get stealthy. That's crazy. So red orcs are like magicians? Like gods? I'm so grateful he introduced me to this community. Yee. We're so grateful to have you, sweetie pie. You know the Habsburg chin? For any pals that don't, Google it. Yeah, of course I do. Of course I do. I'm a big medieval times buff, so I love to find out about all the fucked up shit that happens when you have multiple generations of people being like, ah, yes, my sister certainly looks beautiful in this light. You never met Pod the Rod. Do I want to ask about that? I don't know if I want to ask. Excuse me. Does this go over? It does. Okay, I have an idea. For design choices. Okay. Because no one told a group of orcs that they couldn't, they were able to walk around in the vacuum of space to fix a spaceship. Until a wise orc said, "What yous doing out there? There's no air, yous gonna die." And they immediately did. Oh, that's very tragic. Strat! Oh! Okay, you did request this twice. Go to sleep. Okay, I'll go on a quick break. Strat woke up to stay break time. I know! Okay. I'm so sorry, Umbra. I'm actually just really curious. What was it about Vash that you like immediately liked, and then what was it about you that Vash immediately liked? I'm always very curious about like these really, really close relationships and like what attracts people to each other. All right, let's go on a quick break while I let Umbra type a story. You guys, please make sure that you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom and all things. This is also your meds reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Listen, I love you lots. I'll miss you terribly, but I'll see you soon. Uh-oh, eyeball problems. Not the blame. Please, I'll give you hearts, please. You know, I almost sued a company because their scouter kept exploding the moment I tried to check your power level. You should have told me your power level is above 9,000! Yeah, it is. Thank you so much for the heart-filling, sweetest Storm. I try to keep it under wraps. I feel like bragging about how my power level is above 9,000 is... We should approach that Velociprey. Turn around. Sneaking up on you. Blah! Got him.
Let's give it our all. All right.
Hey.
Luigi here in 2001, 2002 looks like he's doom scrolling on TikTok. He's so... Oh, fuck. Wait. Someone is gonna cut off my head? What? That hasn't happened anytime. I don't think that's in the game. Is it? Is it? Yes, I am, but oh, you know what we're gonna have to do? I found a new favorite game called The First Descendant. It's cross-platform, free-to-play, next-gen, third-person looter shooter powered by Unreal Engine 5. That's awesome, Ram. I think I've heard of it, maybe, but I hope that you're enjoying it, sweetheart. Also, Amazing Aston over on YouTube. Welcome in, darling. Trout. Oh my god. Thank you, fucking holy shit. To me in the best way that I know how, with a little video.
Vtuber, self-introduction Q&A.
Raw, darling.
3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
Your Highness, have you attended to your duties?
Nah. Oh, yes.
This is such an honor, Captain. Getting to train under you is nothing short of a dream come true.
Sorry, I feel like I should. The way people are describing it, it seems like the Divide may as well be a 30-minute black screen displaying the text, "A realm reborn is over. We heavens warden this bitch." True. With every single voice actor plus Tess, and she's also an FF14 VA saying it as well. That'd be so funny. Just a chorus of everybody being like, "A realm reborn is over. We heavens warden this bitch." Oh, it makes sense. It's the only way you can get hugs is if you throw salmons at me. How salmon? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna hold this in my mouth and go. Hey, cutie pies, and welcome back. Yay! I have information from our beloved. Hold on, let's see. To be fully honest, I really don't know, but I can't really tell you on his end from my end. We just clicked really well. We started from gaming together and vibing in VCs, and then it just kind of all clicked and we became really close. Oh, that's really sweet. That's so cool. Oh, that's awesome. Vash, if you're here, then would you like to tell us what it was that like drew you to Umbra in the first place? Also, Umbra. Sorry. Okay, I do have to like control my voice. Holy shit. Oh, do you know what I'm missing? Thank you so very much, sweetie pie, for gifting that subby to sweet Asadu. Umbra, that's very, very kind of you, darling. Thank you ever so much. That's really, really sweet. Thank you very much for your generosity and kindness. Also, lovely Abis. Yee, good love. Nix Metas Jam Slice. Welcome back, Abis. Yee, good Nix. Amazing Umbra. Welcome back, Abis. Yee, good Umbra. Awesome Aussie. Welcome back, you beautiful being. Abis. Boop, boop, boop. Yee. Good Aussie. Welcome back, sweet Astral. Welcome back, beautiful Bubba. And welcome back, precious Patricia. Abis. Yee. Good, Patricia. Welcome back, Sita Sedu. Welcome back, darling Umbra. Welcome back, Radical Ryo, and welcome in. For the anniversary, I would like to tell everyone how we started working together and some of the behind-the-scenes funny moments. I think it'd be fun if you're cool with it. I'm totally down, Strat. Yeah, let's do it. I'm absolutely down. That sounds like so much fun. It was a race between me and Umbra to give that sub, and I lost. Umbra's got that trigger finger. It was a race. I posted the 2 Tau memes I made in Tau Fanart because I feel like that was a more fitting place for them. I will have a look. Back to sleep until next time. If by next time you mean next stream, sounds good. Yes, you should be hibernating until Sunday. I think that's a good idea. Also, well done on the boss, you guys. Excellent work. Artie, thank you for gigantifying that emote. Sweetest skeleton, uppies. Yee. Good skeleton. Guys, I won the race. Woo! That's very kind of you, lovely Umbra. Thank you so much for that. That's very sweet. In the VC, we're both screaming, no, 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 no. That's so funny. You guys are really cute. Thank you so much for being so kind and generous to your fellow pals. And thank you for the care package, Kitty Curse. Welcome in. How are you? Umbra always has the gift a sub to set a sheet of tab open. Yeah. I was enjoying my KFC ad. Probably better for you to not have to deal with that. Maybe. Oh, Umbra. On this one, it's not entirely clear, but on this one, it looks like it's kind of split down the back in the same way that sorry, I'm losing my voice again. Holy shit. It's split down the back the same way that it's split down the front. Do you want it to be like solidly back here? Or would you like it to have the separation and go up and back down? What's the art of? This is a commission Ryo from lovely Umbra in the chat, who wanted his the character in oops shit, didn't mean to delete that. In these archives here. Yeah. Think I like the solid more? Perfect. I agree with you. But I would never tell you. I would never tell you that unless you said the thing that I wanted you to say. It is your character after all. My decade-old pencils have come to my rescue. Let's go. Honestly, decade-old pencils, they still work so great. Okay. Looks really cool. Thank you, Ryo. I'm glad you like it. They've got a really cool character, and like this concept is super exciting. So, I'm glad you like it. Thank you, hon. I just really like seeing, like, I don't know if you both identify as like he, him, or even like masculine, but you guys give the vibe together of, yeah, brothers. And I really, really love some authentic, like, non-toxic, you know, masculine, like, oh my god, what is it called? What is the word I'm thinking of? It's a word for when it goes both ways of like kindness and support and thoughtfulness and stuff like that. It's really, really nice. What pulled me to Umbra is just how kind and welcoming he is. I met Umbra through his friend group. When we first met on VC and played games, he was very welcoming and caring, invited me to play so many games together. We clicked so fast. That's so cute. Mutual is a word for it, but I think the one I'm thinking of starts with an S. Hold on, let me see if I can find the... It's gonna bother me. Reciprocal. It's not an S. It just has a sound, but there's no S in it. Reciprocal. Yeah, reciprocal kindness and warmth and love. Symbiotic's another good one. Yeah, that one does start with an S. But yeah, reciprocal. That's it. Mutual? Mutually smutu. But Vash, that's so sweet. Oh, that makes me really happy that you guys found each other and that you've... How long have you been friends for? Okay. I think I also saw that there's like a little pouch up there. There is. Okay. Pocket. Probably pocket. I don't know. It's a pouch, right? It's got a cover on it. Normalize smooshing the homies. Exactly. Why not? Love how we have the brothers of the pouch and the sisters of the pouch, Fashion, Umbra, Aspen, and Lav. I love it too. It's so good. You're all so fucking cute. It makes me really happy that this community has attracted so many people who have, like, I mean, obviously Vash and Umbra have been friends for longer, but like, you know, Lav, you and Aspen, you met here, right? Like, I really, really love that there are friendships that have developed here that may not have developed if the pouch didn't exist. That if that's like the one thing that I, you know, how in my little in my little intro video spiel, I mentioned that I want to make the world a little bit better than when I left it. If that's the legacy I can leave behind, that I somehow even indirectly facilitated in you guys finding each other, then I will be happy with that. Remember to check Fanart? Okay, hold on. Let me check. Oh, yes, I did. I do remember these. These are very funny. And I love this one. This is so funny. This is in the Fanart one, the Fanart, like, folder. I do love it. It's very good. Well done. Well done, Patricia. Yes, we did. Yay. Me and Dahlia also met here. Oh, good point. Yes, yes, good point. And hugs for you, lovely Nix. I found you all, and I am eternally grateful. And I am so grateful that you guys are all here with me. And I'm so grateful that there are some of you who have stuck around for 410 streams. And the thing is that I absolutely recognize that there's a lot of people who have probably been here for at least that many streams as well. It's just that, like, streaks got broken or whatever. But, like, I see whenever you guys go into your, like, sometimes you guys do your follow age thing for like 15 minutes and I see these numbers that are like 4 digits and I'm like, holy fuck. I'm so glad that I don't just incessantly annoy you. Again, thank you, Tao, for making the community the way it is. Of course. I wanted a space like this, and there's not a lot of... I'm not saying that there's no other places. I'm sure you guys have found other wonderful places, but they're fewer and farther between, I think, particularly for, like, a place that isn't... that is both not lewd and that is also not just like super, super chill all the time, which, again, there is nothing wrong with either of those things. But I have found that a lot of the time when I'm looking for someone to kind of relax to, one or both of those things happen, where it's like really, really low energy, or like I'm gonna literally fall asleep. And it's very cozy and stuff, but it's not like... There's not a lot of, like, blasts of energy. Or I have someone making sounds or saying things that I don't want to hear in my ear. 9 months, that's as far back as we can find in Discord DMs. That's awesome, Vash. This is... You guys gotta have your baby. I always think of things in terms of 9 months now because of someone had like a 9 month sub, and I was like, oh, babies. they mentioned it first, and now everything I think about is like, oh, 9 months means it's time for baby. Holy shit, give or take a month or so if you're on 9-ish months. That's awesome, Umbra. That's so good. Vash, have you been here for that whole time? Have you basically been here since you've known Umbra? Or longer? Oh, there you go. Thank you, guys. Thank you for... Oh my gosh. A lot of these are like 2.5 years for Skellington. Almost a year for Lovely Lav. Did you ask me a question? My phone cut out as you were speaking earlier. Oh, I was just asking how you were, Ryo. There are other places. Of course, not going anywhere else. Yeah, almost 2.5 years. That's amazing, Skellington. Umbra, I can't believe it's only been like a month and a bit. That's crazy. It feels like you've been here the whole time. Core for almost 3 years. A few more months and you got 3 years. Reckon I'm gonna head out for now? Oh, all good, Patricia. Thank you for coming in. Good to see you briefly. Best of luck. Ooh, almost exactly 2 years. You're almost there, Setter. I've been here longer. Wow. Oh my gosh. Aw, I wonder if there were times where I was like asking you how you were and you were probably like, oh, I'm really good. I'm playing games with my friends. And it was actually Umbra that you're playing with. That's so cute. The chibi after this one, the world shall see the cursed fusion of Vash and I. Oh my God, oh my God, are you guys going to fuse? I love it. I'm so excited. Just at work and you? Yeah, good. I'm happy to be with you guys. Almost 2.5 years, beautiful Bubblen. Amazing. Been so welcomed by people that it feels like I've been here a while. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm so glad that you've been here for as long as you have. I hope that you'll stick around for at least, 180,000 times what you've already stuck around for. Whatever number that may be. Oh, you heading out, Alec. Thank you so much for hanging out, City Pie. I really appreciate it. Have a wonderful one. Skellington, over 110 hours. Let's go. Thank you so much, Anne. I really appreciate the watch time. Wait, what have I done? Oh, nothing. Sorry, it went silent just as I touched my screen and I broke something. 900 hours, Sedu. Oh my God. By the time our anniversary rolls around, I think you might hit 1,000. I'm glad that I found this community 2+ years ago. So many good memories. I'm so glad that you did too, Sweetie Pie. Wow, 426 hours, almost 900 for Aussie. Let's fucking go. I've been staring at 112 hours. Are you disappointed, displeased, or happy with that, Skellington? Bublin! 1,100 hours! That's crazy. Umbra, you're approaching 100 hours and you just got here like a month and a half ago. That is insanely... it's insane. That's incredible. Amazing. That's so cool. Thank you so much. Oh, staring at you for 112 hours. I hope that I have stared back with efficiency and... Have I caused you any fear? I was expecting Umbra's to be higher, honestly. Well, he's only been here for like a month and a half. So I'm pretty impressed with that. Talon, thank you so much for 36. Lovely Lav, you are more than halfway to 1,000. Incredible work. You stare at the towel and the towel stares back. Don't tempt me. Hi. Hi. Eat chat. Nom nom. Hold on. I feel like my... Aha! Aha! One actually having trip balls over here. That's gonna be my new keyboard wallpaper. You will not hypnotize me. Bark, bark. Bark, bark. Bark, bark. No, bad. You spit that out right now. Better? Can I eat it again? Oh, hi, Chef. Hi, lovely Chef. How are you? It's so good to see you. How are you doing? Murdering that food. Whatever you bring me to eat, Chef, I will devour. Let me jot down a map so I don't get lost in them. Oh my gosh. I'm mean, hey, when's the last time you guys got to be this up close and personal? Although, on second thought, when's the last time you wanted to? Deader! Hi, dearest Deader. Welcome in. How are you? You seem bigger than usual. Oh. Thank you for the watering. Delicious. All right, I'll be normal now. I'll be fucking normal now. Oh, you passed. Thank you for the pallet tag valiant pass. Much appreciated. Cutie Cyber, you're approaching 100 hours. Let's fucking go. Thank you, honey. Talking about food while I'm eating. Good timing. Oh, that is good timing. It's much better timing than if it's like before you eat and you're hungry. I've been lurking and just saw massive Tau and had to say hi. Dearest Deader, thank you so very much for the lurk, and thank you for saying hi as well. Tabbing normal? No. Is it Drake? Is that what that guy's name is? I'm so sorry, I actually don't know his name. But the one where it's like, Tau being normal? Tau being weird? Is that Drake? Or is that someone else? No, don't be normal. Normal is boring. Weird is fun. You know what? I agree with that, lovely Lomac. I do. Can you be normal? Like, actually normal? 83 hours and I have yet to see that. Yeah, probably not. I actually don't think I'm capable of being normal. The closest thing to normal I was this last week when my throat and voice was completely fucked and I wasn't able to be myself. But that felt so unnatural and I hated it. Valiant Vash, darling, thank you so much for gifting lovely Lomac that subby, honey bun. I really appreciate your amazing generosity and kindness, darling. Thank you, darling Vash. You are so sweet. Sorry. Don't mind me, I'm fine. Thank you so much. Oh, fuck, it's back. If everyone is abnormal, doesn't that make us normal? Is that like the, if everyone is super, no one will be? That kind of thing? Abby normal, yes. Give me the Abby normal brain. I'll be fucking normal. So is normal a new IRL partner or the internet name of your current one? Egads, hope the throat problems don't become normal. I have them, but not as bad as Tau. Yeah, I came in and I was so excited because my voice was like capable, and I think I've thrown it out again. Not nearly as bad as it has been. I'll chill it out. And I'm not sure if you noticed, but I actually am trying to not be as yelly. It's not very apparent because I can't help myself, but call me a public restroom because people avoid contact with me too. Snaps, no. Okay, I think I'm actually the weirdo because unless there's like visual accessories on or around the toilet, I don't mind public bathrooms. Am I weird? Like, I don't really, a lot of people I know are like, I cannot go to the bathroom. Like, I have to go home towel. Like, I cannot go to this public bathroom. And I'm like, okay, I mean, that's fine. But like, just for me personally, I'm just like, I don't mind them. Again, unless there's like additional accessories left behind. If it's clean, I'll use it. Yeah. But like, yeah, a lot of my friends are truly just like, no, it's microscopic and I just know it's there. And I'm like, well, that's what you leave at home. In an insane world, the crazy ones are sane. True that. Cause I'm gonna show you.
Oh my god. What?
Vash! Oh my gosh, sweetie. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you so much for contributing to my narration demo. Thank you so much, Vash. That's so sweet of you. Thank you ever so much, darling. fucking nice of you. There you go. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Your Highness, stop screaming.
Oh, sorry. Thank you so much, Vash. I really, really appreciate it. You are so incredibly sweet. And thank you. Yes, thank you so much. You're so kind. Thank you. Thank you so much, sweetie pie. My voice is cracking again. Thank you so much. Hi there, Zarl. How are you? It's good to see you. Do you have sick? Your voice sounds so different today. Does it sound different today? Damn, I thought I had recovered. Apparently not. I blew my voice out for the last week, and I came in today feeling like I was back to normal, and then because I came in here being like, yeah! Now my voice is cracking and broken again. Visual accessories? The poopy or the pee-pee? Is that clear?
Darling.
I've seen some horrendous restrooms. Oh, me too. I don't use those. I'm not a fool. I don't think anyone should be using anything if there are accessories on the toilet left behind by fellow users. You're back to the abyss. Oh, all good, dearest Detter. Sweetheart, thank you so much for the lurk. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. We'll see you soon. Hi, Cutie Chew. Welcome on in. Yeah, it's different. I know my goats when I heard it. Well, hopefully it'll be better in short order. Yeah, I can hear the cracking, like, but at least it's not perfect timing voice. Thank you for that. At least it's not like constant, like, anyone here can probably tell you for the last week, I've been talking more or less like this, and it's been very sad and probably very obnoxious. I just thought at first that somebody just redeemed the mommy points. That's why you're speaking that way. Oh, no. I am trying to be a little bit quieter because, STRAT is trying to sleep after not sleeping for like 24 hours, but he refuses to mute me while he sleeps. So if I yell, I'll accidentally wake him up, and I can't have that. Oh, God. Why did my alert scare me? Thank you so much, amazing Umbra, for gifting that sub to Sarl City Pie. That's so kind of you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for being so generous to a fellow pal. Thank you. That's very sweet of you, cutie pie. Thank you so much, lovely Umbra. Holy shit, poggers. I'll tell you what, Umbra is poggers. Hi there, sweetest Sir Jassy. Welcome on in, darling. It's so good to see you. How's the arting going? We're going well. I think I'm almost done with this sketch. Oh, yeah. That's not any fun. Wait, wrong verse, sorry. The mod that shall not be named, so they may sleep, needs the bestest of sleeps. That's true. Exactly right. Fuck. You know those games that measure your voice and uses it as a proximity thing in horror games? Tao's stream has turned into that, but with that's true. Get well soon, Tao. Hope you fully recover soon. Thank you, honey. I appreciate that. Actually, I'm working on some demo stuff. Do you guys want to hear a commercial demo? Not the full thing. This is my own thing. This is not a professional demo. I'm saving up for those. And of course, you guys have been massively helpful, and you've already funded the animation one. But I'll show you some. Hold on a second. All right. Okay, I'll show you that one. I'll show you that one. I'll show you that one. Oh, I hope these are the right ones. Hold on. Let me listen to them first. Hold on. Yeah, so like I said, this is all commercial stuff. This is not gonna be any character stuff. One sec. It's gonna be so funny, dude. Okay. All right, one second. There's a few more than just this, but yeah, so these are all just little things I edited. So if the mastery is not good, please don't be mean. I'm not. I am in no way a professional at all. And then where's the Okay. I'll show you these ones first. Okay. Sorry, I just was like trying to decide what I wanted to show you guys. Okay. Next. And then, whoop, wrong one. And then I've got a travel agency for you. There you go. This is what I do when I'm like trying to compensate for feeling like I'm not doing anything if I with the fact that I've lost the job and everything. So that's my alternative. Anyway, there you go. Aren't you glad that you listened to that? Let me see here. Does it hurt when you blew your voice out, or you just randomly can't speak, or like a sore throat? I'm imagining like your tonsils actually blowing up. No, it didn't hurt. It was just that I'm going through some shit right now, and capitalism. And I did something I shouldn't have with my voice, and I did not practice anything, and I should have. But it didn't hurt. No, but my voice was just completely fucked. It was crackly and awful. Thank you for the care package, Ozzy. Thank you, thank you. Sorry, Strat nose privileges revoked. Time to take Strat's nose, I guess. You also collect noses? I collect... Wait, no, that makes me sound like serial killer. No. Tao Biang is beautiful nonetheless. Thank you, honey. That's amazing. That was really good. Oh, thanks, guys. I'm glad you liked it. Amazing ads. I will never skip these. Oh, thank you, honey. Tao, would you like me to send you some of the game-based ads we wrote and made up? I recorded and played from when I was an internet radio DJ to do some work with. Can I do that? The only reason I chose like big names for things was because they're less likely to sue you if you're just using it for your little demo stuff. That's really good. Thanks, Snaps. The peak ad be something, but good ads. Not buying premium just for the ads. Thanks, Umbra. You're very sweet. I want to hear Tao do D&D based product ads. Yo, I would love to do D&D based product ads. If someone wrote some of those, I would fucking do those just for fun. Was that really good, Snaps? Did you like it? Thank you. I'm really glad you guys liked it. Sweet so jazzy. You're so lovely. Thank you guys. You're so sweet. Oh, these are for fake products? I love fake product ads, dude. They're so much fun, especially if you can get someone to like an actual like audio engineer to do all the sound and music and stuff. You may notice that none of those have any sound stuff. I don't know how to do the sound stuff. I just found music and went, oh, this is why I need actual demos. But there's Vash contributing. Thank you so much, Valiant Vash, for contributing to an actual demo instead of my shitty little attempts at trying to like just do some practice so that I don't feel like I'm doing nothing and waiting around for my job to end. Brain bleach or catatonic catnip coolers. Ooh, say that 5 times fast. What's everyone's favorite tongue twister? Mine is probably rubber baby buggy bumpers, 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 rubber baby buggy bumpers. That's my favorite one to do. And mostly because I play with, like, I pet my dog, and so I go papa bubba dubba bubba dubba bubba dubba bubba papa dubba bubba dubba. We had a professional in our team who taught me a little. Sadly, that was 3 PCs ago. Oh, that's fair, Storm. That's all good. I'm weak with those, so every tongue twister is my favorite. Nice. Okay, fair enough, Sedu. Sally sells seashells by the seashore. Sedu sells seashells by the seashore. The tongue twister was in the beat of the music. Oh, was it really? I didn't even notice that. That's funny. The woodchuck one. Oh, how much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? Is that the one? Or is there more to it than that? I might have missed it. I might have like gotten that wrong. My favorite is that old tongue twister song you sang for me. Oh yeah, that one. I think if I remember correctly, I had a hard time with that, didn't I? Tao tastes tangerines tentatively while tickling tentacles. If you guys send me tongue twisters, I'll give it a shot. Tao tastes tangerines tentatively while tickling tentacles. Tao tastes tangerines tentatively while tickling tentacles. Tao tastes tangerines tentatively while tickling tentacles. I don't know if there's more. If there is, I refuse to learn it because that's the most fun part. Lab, what did you do? Wubba dogs. Wubba dogs. Okay. Oh, we must have this tail. Hold on. Ooh, rubber dogs. Storm, ooh, rubber dogs. If you consider alphabet aerobics to be one, I would, then it's that. What is alphabet aerobics? I am a mother pheasant plucker. I pluck mother pheasants. I am the most pleasant mother pheasant plucker that ever plucked a mother pheasant. Oh, that's a tough one, Ozzy. Okay. I am a mother pheasant plucker. I pluck mother pheasants. I am the most pleasant mother pheasant plucker that ever plucked a mother pheasant. That's really hard. That's a long one, too. I am a mother pheasant plucker. I pluck mother pheasants. I am the most pleasant mother pheasant plucker that ever plucked a mother's pheasant. At this rate, Tao, you're going to play that wobbly puppy game on stream. Oh, that would be really funny. That's a tough one, Ozzy. I think it also doesn't help that so many of these, the m sound, or that's not really a, you can't really find a rhythm with it. That's tough. Imagine Sam L. Jackson saying this. That would be really funny. I am a mother pheasant plucker. I pluck mother pheasants. I am the most pleasant mother pheasant plucker that ever plucked a mother pheasant. I am a mother pheasant plucker. I pluck mother pheasants. I am the most pleasant mother pheasant plucker that ever plucked a mother pheasant. I am a mother pheasant plucker. I pluck mother pheasants. I am the most pleasant mother pheasant plucker that ever plucked a mother pheasant. There you go. There we go. This takes a little bit of just a little bit of practice. All right. Sorry, I've been watching too much Stargaze, and I feel like I've just made Knives Hood there, so I'm gonna soften that up a little bit. Sorry about that laugh. I got it out of jail there. My revenge is cues. I might have found a group willing to teach an ultimate in 14. Very nervous, but will return. Sweetest Sir Jazzy, let's go. They better be nice to you. Best of luck, sweetheart. Not that you'll need it. You got this. I believe in you. I feel like I'm about to say motherfucker on accident. Yeah, I think that's the idea with that one. It's a song. First verse is artificial amateurs aren't all that amazing. Analytically, I assault animate things. Then continues on with B's and then C's all the way to Z's. Oh, that's cool. That sounds fun. I like this one. Artificial amateurs aren't all that amazing. And analytically, I assault animate things. Artificial amateurs aren't all that amazing. Analytically, I assault animate things. Artificial amateurs aren't all that amazing. Analytically, I assault animate things. Artificial amateurs aren't all that amazing. Analytically, I assault animate things. There we go. That was fun. I like that. Beautiful Bad, welcome on in. Thank you for contributing to those storytelling and karaoke stream challenges, honey bun. I appreciate it. Thank you for the lyric, lovely Jessie. Or maybe, what if I, hold on, what happens if I move her eye? Actually, maybe, hey, Umbra, are you here? Hello there, beautiful lady miss. How's your day going? Oh, yeah, doing not too bad. I got you guys here. Thank you for the head pat, amazing arty. Whoa, sorry. Thank you, thank you. I'd be here. Oh, amazing. Umbra, I was wondering, how do you feel about having your puppy's eyes kind of looking up at you, sort of? To me, it kind of looks almost like there should be like there could be a conversation almost. Like if I just put like the suggestion of talking or something. They could be conversing, or I can have her look the other way or have his mouth closed. Do you have a preference? Totally up to you. Very easy to change. I'm Will. How are you? Yeah, not bad, sweetie pie. Thank you for asking. Maybe I should save my points for the next time Tao Sing is an option and ask for the tongue twister song. Oh man. Well, I don't know how the tongue twister song goes. I can just recite it. I like that. Locust would have been here longer then, so it seems fitting. Oh, cool. Okay, awesome. Excellent. Do you want to be conversing with her or mouth closed? Sam! Hello there, sweetest Sam. Welcome on in. How are you doing? Welcome, Raiders. Raiders, if you need a raid and run, that's totally cool. If you'd like to stick around, would we ever love to have you. Welcome on in. You guys, this is Sam to the Slaughter, a hedgehog VTuber of the chainsaw community, who have graced us with their presence. They are slaying in the realm of horror games, yet also dabble in the cozy streams and art. Their recent Poppy Playtime Marathon was lit. Welcome on in. Nocturne, welcome on in as well to you. Precious Paul Joke, welcome on in. Sweetest Sam to the Slaughter, welcome. And M3 Telscorp. Let's see, Me Telscorp? Me Tel? Welcome in. It's a pleasure to meet you guys. Welcome, welcome. The chainsaw community is here. We have lots of trees for you to chop down if you just promise to replant them. Raiders, would you like to let us know how your art stream went? And also, if you would like to share some safe for work art tags, we would absolutely love to have it. While you decide and while you let us know, though, welcome on in. And here's a little bit about us.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of VTuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth?
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns?
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fan art tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Confess your love to yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also Norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Favorite music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
Holy and go!
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch.
Yay! Yes, welcome in, sweethearts. It's such a pleasure to meet you. It went good. Was doing some doodles for the community. How good, sweetest Sam. Hey, would you like to share it? We would absolutely love to see it. For those of you who have just popped on in, hi there, everybody. I'm Tao, as you saw there. You have probably noticed that I like to put like positive adjectives prefacing your name alliteratively. So, sweet Sam, awesome arty, radical red. That is not me flirting with you. It's just platonic. It's meant to immediately kind of get you into those like sleepover cozy vibes that we've got here. And yeah, it's such a pleasure to welcome you all in. We would really love to see any art that you want to share. It doesn't even have to be what you worked on today if you don't want to, Sam. It's totally up to you. But welcome in, everybody. Yeah, I'm Tao. I'm a Tasmanian Tigers VTuber and variety streamer based in Tasmania, Australia. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Also, I'm an artist. So on Fridays, Aussie time, we do art. I'm actually working on a commission at the moment for a precious pal in the chat. That's you guys. That's the community, precious pals. And we also play, we're playing through Persona 5 for the very first time on Sundays. Please no spoilers. Mondays we play through Final Fantasy 14. You guys are welcome to join me for that as well. That's a blast. Please no spoilers though, first time. Tuesdays, we do demo nights. But once Monster Hunter Stories 3 comes out, we will be playing that on Tuesdays. And yeah, that's about us right now. It's such a pleasure to have you in here. Thank you so much for being here. I got confirmation that my favorite shirt is limited. And because this was bought about a year ago, there's no replacement I can buy. Oh, I'm sorry, Lav. I'm so sorry. But yeah, Sam, just let us know when you're ready to send us some art text and we will permit you then, okay? Oh, actually, Strats already got you covered. Perfect. Nocturne, hi sweetheart. Also, not to like pile too much on you, Sam, please don't feel obligated to reply promptly, but we would love to know when your next stream is and what you will be streaming, if you happen to know. I know not everyone does schedules, so that's okay. But it is such a pleasure to have you. Thank you so much for bringing everyone in. Oh, perfect, Sam, let me have a look. Also, Ozzy, enjoy your lurk. Oh my god! Oh, is this for Rymel? Rymel is a lovely member of our community as well. How good! This is so cute, Sam! I absolutely love it! Rymel, thank you for collecting 20 stamps! That's so cute! I'm just gonna wait for you to fight me. That's so cute! I love you with the mallet. That's golden. Just one little doodle I did. Oh, that's so cute, Sam. Amazing work. Absolutely outstanding. That's so fucking cute. You guys, this is so cute. I love the little I got one of them too. That's so great, Sweetie Pie. Excellent work. Excellent work. That's really cute. I love it. Fabulous. Do you have a place where everyone can come and check out some more of your artwork, by the way? You have, do you post it anywhere? It's so cute and funny, isn't it? Isn't it? It's adorable. Ooh, Umbra, I just got another idea. What about, instead of having you looking forward, what if we have them looking back at Locus? Do you like that more? Or do you like it when he's facing forward? Yeah, like that? Okay, awesome. Excellent. Perfect. Okay, I will reform the eye a little bit for that. My community can do a daily stamp every stream. Once they gather 20 stamps, they get added to a queue for a free doodle. I post them on Twitter and Blue Sky with the same name on Twitch. That's awesome. Okay, very cool. Hold on, I'm just gonna go check you out. 1 second. That's so cool. I love that you give back to your community that way, sweetheart. That's awesome. Is it break time, Miss Tao? It is, but maybe a Blue Sky. But I don't want to run off on our lovely raiders, so we'll wait a couple of minutes. I love cute art stuff. I will have to request one from you once you get a bit free. Absolutely, yes, as you should. That's awesome. Do you know when your next stream is, Sweetie Pie? There we go. I found you now. Oh my gosh, you're so cute. I love your sprite model. That's adorable. Is it okay, Sam, is it okay if I scroll through your Blue Sky on stream? Can I show everybody? These are such cute doodles. I love them. Ah, yeah, we got some Requiem in the chat because Sam is infinitely braver than me. Oh, I've already found it, Strat. I just, I was just wondering if they were comfortable with me scrolling through it on stream or not. Saturday, doing 2 small indie horror games at 6 p.m. CST, and also that should be fun. Awesome. All right, let's go look at lovely Sam's. Here we go. Look at this. Look at this cute model. Very cute. Doing 2 small indie horror games. Which ones? Do you happen to know what they are, Sam? But that's awesome. You guys, please check out lovely Sam, our delightful reader, who is also an artist, but also a horror gamer. And like I said, infinitely braver than I. Thank you so much for bringing everybody in. They will be doing some small indie horror games at 6 p.m. CST. How good. This is so cute. Oh, I love these doodles. These are great. So cute. These are awesome, hon. At Night, the Nurse, and the 18th Attic. Interesting. Okay. Are you going to be mainly playing? Are you going to be playing through them both in their entirety, or is it going to be like more like just testing them out, kind of? Oh, look, you're also on Final Fantasy. How good. I just permitted again because the timer for the previous permit ended, just in case Sam wanted to post something else. Oh, gotcha. Okay, fair enough. That's cute. Which one's your favorite starter, Sam? I love how the hair moves. It's so cute in the ears. There's something that like really makes it stand out when it's like pixel based. Cute MLP stuff. You can draw ponies. You did a great job on these. These are awesome. How cute. That's fabulous. Complete them on stream. They are very short. Okay, nice. Well, you guys, please do check out lovely Sam, who will be doing some short horror games on stream. And as you can see, they also do some very cute art. Thank you so very much for bringing everybody in, lovely Sam. It is such a pleasure to welcome you. Like I said, you guys, you're welcome to request music if you use the song request redeem. Just please make sure that you read the pinned message to make sure that you're requesting appropriate music, and feel free to kick back and relax. And Sam, most of all though, you as the streamer, you've been streaming for who knows how long, please make sure that you go do some self-care. If you need to go to bed or go shower or go eat or whatever you gotta do, please go ahead and do that. And I promise to take the best care of your lovely community until you come on back for them, okay? Have a good one, hon. Thank you so much for bringing everybody in. Pixel art is so nostalgic and adorable. It is. It really is. Omega suggested you a while ago, so I wanted to come say hi. Oh, that's awesome. Well, I'm so grateful to have met you, hon. Thank you so much for coming on in. Please tell Omega that I appreciate the recce as well. Thank you. Thank you. All right, Umbra, am I missing anything that you would like on this design? Oh, sorry, I'm literally in the way, aren't I? There we go. God, that looks amazing. Yay! Awesome. Okay, fabulous. And was there anything that you wanted me to change about the background, or shall we get started on our line art? Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. Oh, fair question, Strat. Umbra, I wonder if you do have a character in D&D that's based off of this character. Besides maybe the little Easter eggs? Nope. Okay, sounds good. Now, the only Easter eggs that we talked about were our little pal down here, right? And then also those names. Was there anything that you wanted like to be like illustrated as Easter eggs? Oh, sorry. You guys, let's go on a quick break because Nath is calling me, so I'll be back. Please make sure you hydrate, grab yourself something to eat or drink, have a little stretch, maybe go to the bathroom, and darlings, this is LCM as a reminder in case you need to take any medications or vitamins. Whee! We should approach that Velociprey. Turn around. Turn around. Sneaking up on you, sneaking up on you. Blah! Got him.
Let's give it our all. All right.
Hey.
Little thank you rap for Strat-kun. Strat-kun, a strapping young lad, always glad to start the madness rap. Always naturally had Tao-chan's back. Kept chat on track and never slept. Strat-kun has the bestest strategy. What the heck? Let's give him a peck on the neck. Never hit the road, Jack. I love that, Yuki. Strat, you gotta put that somewhere. That's golden. That's so good. I love it. I love it so much. Excellent work. Lovely, Yuki. Excellent work. Do you guys want a capitalism command? I can do that and Strat can clip it. Capitalism! Go for it, Strat, do you think? Wobble dogs. Wobble dogs. Wobble dogs. Wobble dogs. To me and the best way that I know how with a little video.
Vtuber, self-introduction Q&A.
Raw, darling.
3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
Please, please, hearts. I'll give you hearts, please. Is this the Strat sleep voice redeem? No, I'm just really bad at like not yelling and shrieking. Okay, he's lurking. Okay, guys, he's lurking. Okay, shh, 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 shh. No one say anything. Nobody say anything. No one say anything. Oh, fuck. There goes the fucking ducks. Shh, ducks. Shh, shh. You know, I almost sued a company because their scouter kept exploding the moment I tried to check your power level. You should have told me your power level is above 9,000! Yeah, it is. Thank you so much for the heart filling, sweetest Storm. I try to keep it under wraps. I feel like bragging about how my power level is above 9,000 is... Hey, when's the last time you guys got to be this up close and personal? Although, on second thought, when's the last time you wanted to? Deader! Hi, dearest Deader. Welcome in. How are you? You seem bigger than usual. Oh. Thank you for the watering. Vtuber, let's go! Thank you so much. Holy shit, you guys like owned the boss, damn.
Loving the vibes here.
Oh, wait, what just happened? Oh, that makes sense, hold on. One sec, there we go, hi. Sorry, I forgot to put my phone back where it belongs so it can be my camera. Hi, welcome back. Welcome back, awesome Aussie, you beautiful being, Abbies. Yee, good Aussie, welcome back, sweetest Strat, welcome back, lovely Abbies. Good lab. Hey, welcome in, gorgeous Graham. How are you? Guess what? What's up? Umbra, Abbies. Yay, good Umbra. Hey, welcome back, Mix, Mato Slice, Jam Slice, Abbies. Wee, good mix. Beautiful Bubbin, welcome on back, darling Umbra, welcome back, sweetest Sari, welcome back, sweet Skellington, Abbies. Cute Skellington, welcome back and goodbye. I shall return to sleep and now for at least 2 hours straight. Please God do that. Please do that, Strat. I'm going to prom with my crush of 2 years. That's awesome, Graham. That's awesome. Congratulations, hon. I hope you have a great night. Don't overdo it, okay? Rest that voice. I'll try it. All right, time to do line art. I need to make this higher resolution. ...24 should be enough. Great. Alrighty, and then we'll flip it. I need to check on my fucking Artline because it happens all the time. Even my backgrounds get Artline. Alrighty. Okay. Alrighty. Thank you for the lurk, sweetest chat. Oh, I did add the DM of names. Oh, perfect. Added 2 names. I forgot 2 people. Oh, perfect. Oh, good. I will just write them down real quick. Ooh, backwards. I love it. Hold on. Thank you for the lurk, Graham. Much appreciated. Oh, yep. Okay, cool. Let's see. Cool. Whoops, can't. Cool. Awesome. Thank you. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, I actually need to name these. Cool. All right. Oh my god, I love this fucking song in my youth when I was a younger man. Um, nah. Youth, are you over 50, Tao? I'm 500. Are you over 50, Tao? I could be. I could be. You don't even know. Maybe I just have a youthful voice. Maybe this is what I really sound like. vampire. Tau Pyre. Don't challenge me, I am the Tau Pyre. I watched some show or movie the other day and they started like quoting this song, but they were just saying thunder, thunder, thunder. And so I actually thought One Republic, you know, thunder, feel the lightning and the thunder or whatever. And I started singing that instead. And Nath was like, what are you doing, Tao? And I'm like, is that not what we're singing? He said, no. We're singing Akadaka. And I'm like, oh, fuck. I know I'm moving house and going to be exhausted, but dang, I can't wait to for some time off from work. I bet, Storm. I'm sorry you're dealing with a lot at work right now. Say, Tao, what do you think a vampire would be? Not vampire, a vampire. A vampire? I think a vampire would be a vampiric van, like a vehicle, you know? A vehicle with teeth. Oh, there you go, Storm. When you said thunder, 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 I was thinking Thundercats. This is what I'm saying. Who knows? Who the fuck knows? A Cars movie vampire. Yeah, Cars movie vampire. Can I tell you what the promposal poster said? Graham, can I just double check something with you real quick? So I know that like in different parts of the world and different types of schools and stuff, they have prom at different times. You are 18? Okay. All right, cool. Just want to double check that. Okay, cool. Just wanted to check. You can as long as it's appropriate. What did the promposal say? I knew where it was going. You did. Always want to check. Always want to check. It said, I know I've never been in love, and I know it might be stupid to ask a work of art, but do you think we could make the constellations collide and make room for 2 more Oh, that's very sweet. Oh, all the words that are capitalized are names of songs. That's really cute. Oh, that's really sweet. That's beautiful. That's very romantic. I love it. Congratulations, Graham. Sounds like a fairy tale. I love the details. They're so good. So happy I went to you for the first time, bringing life to the Eternal Archives, Tal. Thank you so much, Amazing Umber. I really appreciate it. You're so sweet. I'm really glad that you're liking it. Yeah, I put a lot of... That's the reason, like, this is such a pricey piece, is because there's an enormous amount of detail in, like, all of this stuff. You will be getting, like, probably 4 or 5 additional little captures of like detail stuff that I'm like, oh, I put extra work into that. Oh, you can't even see that from here. So I just get really like, I get into a flow state when I draw this stuff. So yeah, I'm really glad that you like it. And then of course everything's going to be like shaded and so all these little pieces that I'm drawing will be you know, there'll be a lot of depth on them as well. Okay. Can you do the dream on parts? Not asking you to do it. Gotta make sure your throat is well rested. Just curious if you can. I cannot. I also just am generally not the greatest singer. So trying to do a note that even like the most talented singers sometimes struggle with. Oof. Wish me luck. VIP drawing after all. Umbra deserves it. Oh, yeah, no, Umbra's a sweetie pie. I do agree. I do agree. I'm glad you're enjoying hanging out with us, beautiful band. Who says you can't sing? The pals should get together and convince them to change their tune. I like all the puns there. That's very good. Cutie slot, very, very sweet. For song, oh, this song for Tau in the Pouch. Aw, thank you, Storm. Umbra, it makes sense for these stone archives to be kind of beat up, doesn't it? Yee, it'd be old as time itself in magic, so yee, awesome. Okay, very good. I love drawing damaged buildings and shit like that. It's so, like I said, flow state. Thank you for the care package, Joyce Julius. Thank you, sweetie pie. How you doing, Julius? Might have a singing march thing done, even though the throat was a little rough. Oh, congrats, Julius. That's super exciting. What did you decide to sing? Oh, my heart will go on. Dragon Force, very cool, Julius. Did you have fun with it? I've been summoned for post searching for Lav. Be slow on responsive mention. That's okay, lovely Umbra. Have a fun time. Thank you for hanging out. There were challenges? Yeah, that's fair. But sometimes challenges make it all more fun. Ow. Sorry. Just my iPad. It's fine. Hold on. There's a puppy. A little dog. Come here, baby. Hi, baby. Good boy. Hi, little Coda. It'd be great if you would, like, come around the side so I could pet you better. Good boy. Hello. Hi, sweetheart. Do you want to see a dog? Hold on. Let me show you my dog. Hello, baby. Cute dog. Okay. Here his dog. Here his dog. Show them your cute face. Hey, hey. Hi. Can you show everybody your cute face? Happy? Look at me. You're so cute. Oh, okay. Or you can shake it off. Hello. Puppy. Come here. Hello. Hello. Show them your pretty face. Oh my goodness. There you are. It'd be great if you would, like... Yeah. Kitty. There he is. He's so cute. My beautiful boy. He's so soft. He's such a softie. Itchy? Itchy? Itchy. He's so cute. There you go. There's your dog. Sorry, I have to readjust now. He makes it so hard for me to, like, pet him sometimes. What is this song? This is Helicopter by Fazlija, I think. He is nice and fluffy. Very floofy, baby. We a doggo you do! Dog, 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 dog. The happiest of floofers. He's so cute. Such a good Coda. You better pet that dog a lot or else I'll come to your house and do it for you. He would love for every single one of you to come over here and give him all of the attention. The star of the channel, it's true. You just got, you just had the opportunity to see the actual creator of this channel. I'm merely the distraction. While our prince and our king, Mr. Coda, decides whether he wants to appear or not. Executive producer Coda, yeah. The real star of the channel. Doing art for Strat, it's for redacted, and it's redacted and redacted. Oh, I'm so excited to see the redactions. Redacted. Oh, maybe it is. It is redacted. Oh, perhaps it is actually Strat and Red. So it's redacted. It's funny and it reminds me of the SCP Foundation. But I can't act. Did you hear my throat go? You can. I bet you can act, Red. You're a god tier D&D player. I reckon you can act better than you give yourself credit for. Coda Cozy. Insert Coda's breed. Hopefully it starts with a C. Unfortunately not. It's an S. Well, it's an A or an S. He's an Australian Shepherd, so. Stayed up for 6 hours past my typical bedtime to finish my proposal sign. I gotta wake up in 2 hours to get ready for school. Oh my gosh, Graham, please go get some rest, okay? Go get a little nap at least. I hope that you, as well as you can, sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams, sweetheart. I was not paying attention when I did this. Imagine the pouch is just a containment of Tau by the Foundation to keep her power levels in check. Shh. Don't tell them. Don't speak too loudly. Finish that drawing. Oh, let me have a look, Skellington. Let's see. Oh, cute! Oh, I love it, hun. You did a great job. I love those double tails, too. Very cool. I like your swatching. Well done. Well done, lovely Skellington. Great work. Very cute. Very cute. Love it. Excellent job. We're energizing her and liking Cult of the Lamb. Exactly. Exactly. I blessed y'all with an amazing song by a very blessed musical artist. Please enjoy and have an amazing rest of your morning, afternoon, evening, or night. I'll talk to y'all next stream I catch. Okay, sounds good, Graham. Thank you so much for redeeming your songs, and we'll see you soon.
Oh my god. What?
Storm, what did you get? Wait a second. Hold on. I'm trying to be quiet still because I don't want to wake up our boy. What is this? What have you gotten? Reveal. Oh, that's pretty. That's so, oh my god, that's so cute. Holy shit, that is way too cute. Oh my god, you guys, look at this. Oh, this is so cute. Oh my god, look at the little paw. Oh my gosh, Storm. This is so, go away. This is so cute. Oh my god, I love it. That's amazing. That's so cool. Oh my gosh, Storm, that's really fun. Thank you so much. This is so cute. Whoa, Tau merch before Tau merch. That's so cool. That's really, really pretty. I love how shiny it is. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sweet Storm. That's so sweet of you. That's so cool. I love that. That's awesome. That is really fucking sick. The paw cups, get out the fine china. We're having guests. Yes, exactly, exactly. I would do that too. Pouch pallet cups! Oh, BG3 is over. Bringing some friends over to say hi. Please do, lovely Lith. We would love to see your lovely friends. How was BG3? Sakura boxes you keep getting sometimes have drinks. That's true, Storm. That's a very good point. I probably have to be careful with the glass based on like the fact that you can't have microwave oven or dishwasher. Usually that means that it'll get very hot if you put like hot stuff in it. But I would love to just have it because it's super cute. Or I can dump colder tea in there and be like, meow, meow, meow. Thank you so much, Storm. That's really cool. I really appreciate it. Did I say strat? No. Glass? Maybe? Did maybe glass sounds like strat? Thank you so much, Storm. That is incredibly cute. I'm so impressed that you keep on finding these random things that are just like so adorable. Nylo! Oh, are you the BG3? Oh, you and Lion and Zitterko. Holy shit. Welcome in, all of you wonderful raiders. Welcome, welcome, everybody. How are you? It is such a pleasure and a privilege to see you guys. You guys, we just got a triple raid, courtesy of, I assume, was that you, Lith? Or was this just an incredible... absolutely incredible coincidence. You guys, let's see. We've got lovely Neo. I can't read, not Nyla. Neo Fox, a delightful furry couple, graces us with their presence. They stream a splendid mix of games and art from Smash Brothers to Baldur's Gate 3. Their cozy LGBTQIA+ safe space is lit. Tori's artistic talents shine on stream, while Neo's gaming skills reign supreme. Long live this adorable duo. And then we additionally have lovely Lion Volta with graced us with their presence, having just emerged victorious from the treacherous depths of Baldur's Gate 3. This furry streamer, a Lion protege no less, doth delight in video games, video games, trains, and memes. Their recent exploits include terrorizing the streets of Baldur's Gate and bashing their head against Deltarune Chapter 3's boss. Truly a noble adventurer. Last but not least, we have the lovely Zuruko, a variety streamer of great renown who hath graced us with their presence. They recently vanquished Satan in Baldur's Gate 3, and rumor hath it that God is next. Oh, metal. Their realm is filled with furry vibes, gaming adventures, and spiritual musings. Truly a brother worthy of our attention. Welcome in, sweetie pies. Neo, live, but let's go. Thank you so much for bringing your lovely communities in, you guys. Tori, hi. That wolf is so freaking cute. Thank you. Can you tell that I've drawn a lot of furry things? Very, very furry coded. I do be drawing furry things. I'm so glad we got some furries in the chat. Hi there, Zuruko. Thank you for the triple raid. And Leo, Nekozuki, welcome on in. How are you? Thank you so much for bringing everybody in. Holy crap, that's awesome. Raiders, how was BG3? And also, if I may ask, when is your next when are all of your next streams? If you would like to let us know, please do. And in the meantime, here's a little bit about us.
Vtuber self-introduction Q&A. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What is your name?
TauTassieTiger.
What's your nickname?
Tau.
What kind of Vtuber are you?
A Thylacine.
Date of birth.
September 22.
How old are you?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Pronouns.
She, they.
How tall are you?
5'5".
Where are you from?
Tasmania.
Great thing about you.
Inclusivity and
Now
creativity.
perform a quick impression. Where can we find you?
Twitch and more.
Catchphrase 1.
Welcome to the pouch.
Catchphrase 2.
You are now a pouch.
Fan emojis.
Corn and crown.
Live tag.
I'm live.
Fan art tag.
TauTassie art.
Fan name.
Precious pals.
Favorite color.
Dark red.
Hobbies.
Art and anything outdoors.
What's your skills?
I have a few.
Best you love. To yourself.
Confess. I tell you all the time.
Favorite food.
Corn.
Favorite drink.
TV static.
Favorite manga.
Norigami.
Favorite anime.
Also norigami.
Favorite game.
Witcher 3.
Music.
Glass animals.
Biggest fear.
Water.
Who's your idol? What's your dream?
To make the world a little better than when I got here.
Holy and go!
Feel free to join the pouch for an 18+ space of inclusivity and cozy chaos. Thank you so much for watching, and welcome to the pouch.
Yay! But yes, welcome in, everyone. I didn't bring anyone in town. I was brought in by Neo. Oh, no, that's okay. I'm just greeting anyone who messaged in the chat. That's all. And you had said something. I think you were aiming it at Neo, but all the same, welcome into you. Welcome in, everyone. Yeah, please let me know when your next streams are, you guys. We would love to come and join you if we can. And yeah, welcome in to your lovely community. Hi everybody, I'm Tao, as you saw there. I'm also an artist, so on Fridays, whoop, 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 we do art. You guys get to also request music. And also on Sundays, we are playing through Persona 5 Royal for the first time, so please no spoilers on that. But if you'd like to see a newbie play through it, come on through. Mondays, we play Final Fantasy XIV online. If you guys would like to join me, you're more than welcome to. If you just want to sit back, relax, and chill, you're welcome to do that too. Also, my first time doing that. Please no spoilers. Tuesdays, we currently do demo nights, but once Monster Hunter Stories 3 comes out, we are going to be doing that. And yeah, that's pretty much everything for now. So yeah, it is such a pleasure to welcome you all in. Thank you so very much for bringing your lovely, lovely friends in, darling Liv. I do appreciate it. And thank you all for bringing your amazing communities in. Zuruko, Lion, and Neo. Thank you so very much. Make sure that you guys go take good care of yourselves, okay? If you need to do any aftercare stuff, please do so. Please go make sure that you guys are, if you gotta go to the bathroom, go do that. If you gotta go to bed, maybe do that. If you're hungry, if you're thirsty, if you need to stretch. You guys have been streaming for a while, so please kick back, relax, or move around and stretch, relax. I find stretching relaxing, some people don't. But yes, welcome on in. It's all good, Tao. Also, hey, great art style. I need to get back into my own fiery artwork myself, but I'm so damn hard on myself, and I'm my own worst enemy. That's all right, lovely Leo. Listen, that's something that I think we all kind of struggle with a little bit. I don't draw as much furry stuff as I used to, but it is nice when I get a chance to kind of bring out that kind of anthro, like, expression, experience, I suppose. I am gonna move the nose back a tad. There we go. That's more like it. Yeah, that's better. That's better. And also we gotta of course add our little whiskers, the floating whiskers that I absolutely love to add. Boop 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 doop. But yeah, welcome. All you gotta do, Leo, I recommend you literally just get started. Just start drawing your persona or something, or a friend's persona, perhaps. And if you do decide that you would like to put any of your art in our Discord, you're welcome to, as long as it is safe for work. And also that if you would like some redlining, I'm happy to give, like, don't worry, I'm very gentle, but like gentle critiques, or if you have any questions about, like, oh, how would light hit this, or how would this foreshortening work, stuff like that, I would be happy to help you with that as well. Oops, I am on the wrong layer. Oh God, the nightmare for an artist. Must remove No, Strat's not sleeping. Make them. Yeah, Strat, you need to go sleep. I'm assuming we skip this break. We have sufficient time. Yes, that's right, Strat. We're good to skip the break. Hi there, Valiant BX. How are you, hon? It's good to see you. Thank you for the bleep. Redlining, you say. Is there a catch? Because unless I shell a lot out for people, artists tend to never give strugglers like myself any advice. And believe me, I need help, a lot of help on everything. Anatomy, perspective, proportions, everything out the wazoo. All I ask is that you do your best, to sketch or draw an actual piece, and then you discern the specific things that you would like me to critique and or redline. But no, you don't have to shell anything out as long as it's during art streams. I'm happy to pull it up and be like, okay, because there's actually a lot of people who are like learning artists here, and so they learn from it as well. And the name of the game with this community is, of course, coziness and support and security and stuff like that. So, yeah, I would be happy to help out. As long as you don't just come to me and go, everything's wrong, redo it for me. And then I'll be like, listen, you got to come up with something specific. But if you send something, here, let's do a demonstration. Okay, let's say you send this to me and you're like, I don't know what's wrong. And I would say, I think that the forehead's a little bit big. So I would probably do that. And, you know, it would also help for the perspective to show the actual inside of the ears. We can show that this one is folded back if we kind of separate whereas this one up here is a lot more. It's flipped kind of forward, right? And then back here, this one's kind of turned back. And you can tell that because we've moved the same kind of hook line like that, which is here, over, and we've brought it further back on the ears. So that means that we've got, that means that we are showing that the ear is actually like folded back more than the other one. And what else can you do? Oh, you could add eyebrows. And if you want to be like really anthro about it, you could do actual eyebrows. Alternatively, you could put little tufts, right? Don't forget the teeth, right? Anyway, this is a shitty example, but hopefully you get it. Like, as long as you give me like specifics, that's golden. I've been better, mostly because they declined copyright law on AI art. They passed declined copyright law. Can you elaborate on that? Hello, pals and Tau. Hi there, Spartan. Welcome on in. How are you? It's been a minute. At least over here. I've seen you over on YouTube. During art streams? If it's around nighttime, Fridays was it? I could make do, and of course I'd give specifics definitely. Tell you what, Tau, I'm gonna take time this evening to relax, but next art stream you do, let me give you a follow so I don't miss anything, miss out on any redlining help. Thank you in advance. Excellent demo example, by the way. Of course, my pleasure, lovely Leo. Thanks for the follow, sweetheart. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. If you want to know what time it is, I'm not sure where you are in the world, but we start art streams about like exactly 5 hours ago today. So whatever 5 hours ago was for you, that's when we start. And we go for about 6 hours from then. It's 33C and I feel like I'm melting. Time to turn on the aircon. Yes, good call, Sweet Strat. See you later. Have a good one, Sweetie Pie. Thank you so much for helping out so much. And please get some good rest. I'm in Ontario, Canada. It's 1 a.m. Oh, okay. A bit late, but like if you were to come in, about 5 hours ago, that'd be a lot more reasonable, right? But yeah, if you come in about 5 hours ago on this day, you will be able to come on in and give me any stuff that you want redlined. Sorry, I'm just drinking water. Let me see. I was doing something. What was I doing? Oh, that's right. Is this art of you? No, no, this is a commission, sweetheart. This is art of this character. So that'd be 8 p.m. Interesting. I may have Sunderfolk with other friends those nights, but if it doesn't run too long, I can always pop in. Absolutely, lovely Leo. And if you don't mind not getting critique necessarily from me, but maybe from some other artists, our Discord is always open, and people, if you post in the art channel and you say, I really need help with this thing, sometimes people will help out. Got a Discord? Yeah, absolutely, honey bun. Here you go. Boop, 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 boop. Come on in. Just make sure that you carefully read the rules, lovely Leo, because we have a manual verification process. And if you don't post the keyword that you will find if you read the rules thoroughly enough, if you don't post the keyword, then we can't let you in because that means you didn't read the rules. And like I said, it's manual approval. So if you write it and then you don't instantly get in, don't delete it. Sorry, I'm too fast on type. What I said is that declined on a law to copyright AI art slot, meaning they can't claim it as their work at art, as they put it. It wasn't created by humans, so it can't be claimed. Oh, okay, yeah, so that's good. That's good. That's fine as long as I get help from anyone. That's always appreciated. Also, keyword, gotcha. Excellent. Thank you, lovely Leo. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, sweetheart. Look forward to getting to know you. The cat burglar. Yeah, one of us 3 mods will grab you and pull you inside after you read the rules and such. Yeah, thank you so much, Radical Red. Appreciate you. All right, let's see here. That sounded like a threat. It is crazy that I got a CD of Bjork's debut. That's cool, Cutie Caution. I hope you enjoy it. How the movie featuring Chet. Found it in a thrift store? That's crazy. How many copies of that existed? What is this? I love this song. What is this song? I mean, like, yeah, I am my own grandpa. It's a song about incest? Icky. I thought this said Cat Steve. Who requested this? I don't know. Who requested this? Sweet Home Alabama? I don't know. The subject matter kind of makes me uncomfortable, so I'm gonna skip it. Sorry, guys. This is a song. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that. Dark comedic song from the early 1900s. I prefer this song. It's funny, but it's weird. Bruh. There we go. Just followed the verification guidelines. Thanks for letting me in. Of course, lovely Leo. Thank you so much for following those verification guidelines. Appreciate you, sweetie. Meow, 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 meow. The thing is now done. Now, wait for Strat to show it to you, Tau. Ooh, okay. Ooh, he's gonna show it to me, is he? I'm excited. Strat's so lovely. I'm so glad that I have him in my life. He keeps me so fucking organized. You guys think I'm disorganized now. If I didn't have Strat, I would be incapable of, like, doing anything. You would never have clips. You would never have clips. Yucky, that's right. Life without Strat, yucky. Correct. Soda Pop if it was on Kiss Pop. Yeah, I think that song's very cute. I don't mind. I don't mind cat meow meow meow. Kids Bop. Jeez, okay. Oh, you had that lovely little Mac. Thank you for coming in. I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for bopping in. I'll let Tau answer that. You never answer my question. Do I own the Pouch Casino? No, there is no casino in the Pouch. There are no harmful habits in the Pouch, only coping. Taujet wants a casino? No. Because I'm afraid if I give someone a casino, then someone else is going to be like, oh, and I want drugs. And I'm going to be like, also no. No laundering around here. Correct. Correct. Lounging? Laundering? Casino where we have T-bones instead of real money? Maybe that. Maybe
Yucky.
that. Yucky. Please gamble responsibly. That's something that throws me off constantly is when like on Australian radio, they'll be talking about like, yuck, like horse racing and horse betting and stuff. And it's like these guys being like, yeah, mate, we got... yeah, we got, I won 15K, I won blah, blah, blah. And then at the end, it's like, please gamble responsibly. This advertisement is brought to you by the Australian government, Canberra. How much could you lose or whatever? And I'm like, oh my fucking God. How about if you just don't advertise people fucking gambling, like an incredibly addictive and dangerous behavior? How about if you just don't encourage that instead of just being like, oh yeah, but if we just mention at the end that we're free of any kind of liability that way. Ugh, how you got no idea. I was gonna go for lotto tonight if I won a chibi on the first spin at the start of stream. Listen, I actually don't have very much of an issue with people doing like their doing like the weekly lotto or something like that. Like scratchies, as long as you're not getting like fucking 50 scratchies, I think it's probably fine. Like some people kind of just enjoy that, and that's fine. But like actually gambling on stuff, people get really, really scary about it, and they don't realize what they've done until it's way too late a lot of the time. And I just hate seeing people, you know, literally like spend their entire life savings on something that they're like, oh yeah, oh, but I've got good luck. I got good luck. I'm doing well. My weekly lottery is the chibi. Bruh. I love that. That's very funny, actually. As long as you don't get addicted to trying to get the chibi. Pat the Tau plushie. Hold the Tau plushie. Fork over all your possessions for the Tau plushie. Oh, well. Oh, can't get Tau playing through the moving truck. Through the moving truck? What's that? Someone bet their savings on the Seahawks winning and made double. Listen, don't... That's the thing. Like, That's the thing. For every one person who gets that wonderful result, it's like, yeah, it's literally poverty speedrun. Exactly. There's literally like 10,000 other people who bet their savings and then they're homeless, or like have to go bankrupt or something. Oh, the truck I hired to move home. Oh, that's what you mean. Oh, you can't. That sucks. Is it not? Is it not like Wi-Fi? Sorry, not Wi-Fi. Bluetooth enabled. It's called 1 in a million for a reason. Exactly. Exactly. What's it called? Survivorship bias? We only hear about the successes, not the hundreds or on hundreds fails. Yes, that's exactly right. This is my motive. Rejected gambling and alcohol, embrace the Legos in Sonic the Hedgehog. Listen, I know some people who are like, they are ready to go bankrupt for their Legos. And I get it. That I get. I think that you're at least 100% getting something out of that. Even if you're spending $10,000 on it, you are getting $10,000 worth, in your opinion, of Lego, right? I think that's beautiful. I mean, ideally buy responsibly, but that's buying, you know, that's not gambling. But I support you in your love of Legos and Sonic the Hedgehog. Is actually helping to reinforce messages like that. Don't drink and drive. Wear a condom. Watch for kids when in a school zone. It helps to reinforce positive messages. Wait, sorry, what does band? Bluetooth for phone calls only? That's silly. Perhaps I can call you instead and you can put me on speaker. Or the Bluetooth, sorry. That's odd that it only lets you have phone calls for Bluetooth. I wonder why. Maybe they're worried about people like amping themselves up while they drive, and then they're afraid that they're gonna be like, yeah, not in our vehicles. You're inclined to be a fucking speed demon. Oh, I love the stick song. Who the hell has $10,000 to splurge with no risk for going broke? Probably someone who would not spend that money anyway because they'd be smarter with the money, probably. But that is not me. That ain't me. Mind you, I'm not like a big like Lego fan, but man, if I had $10,000 and I was like, ooh, I wonder what I could do with this, I'd probably wind up $10,000. I'd probably find ways to give back to the pouch, actually. I try to do that when I obviously, this is going to be an issue for the probably foreseeable future, but I was doing fairly well about 2 months ago, and I got a new friend like a gift just because I was like, oh, I think this would help her. and I would like to do that for more pals, you know. I would like to like hear about someone, you know, they got a flat tire, they're like not sure how they're gonna afford the new tire, and then I can be like, here, like, this is money for your new tire, you know. I think that'd be really cool. I would love to do something like that if I had like a spare 10 grand. Jeff B. Juice. Jeff B. Shoes. Who is Jeff B. Shoes? Oh, it's the alphabet aerobics. Hold on, let me see what are the lyrics on this. Aren't all amazing. Analytically, I soul animate things. Broken barriers bounded by not bomb threat. Buildings are broken. Basically, I'm bombarding. Casually create catastrophes, casualties, canceling. Cats got their canopies collapsing. Detonate a dime of dank daily doing dough. Demonstrations done data on the down low. Eaten other editors with each and every energetic epileptic episode. Elevated etiquette. Furious, fat, fabulous, fantastic. Flurries of funk. Felt feeding of the fanatics. Gift got great global goods gone glorious, getting godly in his game with the goriest. Hit him high, hella high, historical. Hey, Holocaust hints here. Hear him holler at your homeboy. Imitators idolize. I intimidated in an instant. I'll rise in an irate state, juiced on my jams like Jenny girls. Jock and joints, justly, it's just me writing my journals kindly. I'm kind. Kindling all kinds of ink. I can't fucking keep up. Fuck. Okay. All right. Like a random power up in a video game. My English can't keep up. I know. What is this? What the yippity yap is this? This is a tongue twister song. It's the alphabet song. It was Umbra's birthday. Wait, what was Umbra's birthday, Vash? Cut chemist side quests are crazy. Cut chemist side quests? What is that? Wait, it was Umbra's birthday yesterday? Oh my god, we didn't stream yesterday. Umbra, why wouldn't you tell me if it's your birthday? Why wouldn't you tell me? Umbra. He ratted me out as he should have! Brother! Beautiful, amazing, incredible Umbra. My darling. Would you like me to sing you happy birthday, or would you like to pick a song? Even without the sing redeem, I'm happy to give you a song. If you would like me to sing a song for you from our, from the sing redeem. Would you like me to sing you a song? We don't have to. I don't want to embarrass you. I don't want to be the dad who's like, hey, look at my kid. Look at what he's done. He's so good. He's like another year older. When you said brother, I just heard, brother! Umbra said something about that on Discord. I can't believe I missed it. I'm so sorry. I've been so busy. I haven't really looked at Discord too much. I will take the sing the birth song. I will give the Sing the Birth song. Also, Nyx Jester. Hi there, lovely Nyx Jester. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the pouch. You are now a pouch pal, and what a pleasure it is to have you. Welcome on in. Okay, I got to sing a song for Umbra. Okay. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Umbra. Happy birthday to you. And many more. Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray! Happy birthday, Judy. I'm sorry I'm late to wish you a happy birthday. Happy birthday, sweetheart. Oh, you know what? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do something in your drawing that you're paying me for. Sorry, but we're gonna put this is a punishment. We're gonna put happy birthday on a book. This is gonna say happy birthday to remind us all that you didn't tell me it was your birthday. I think it's only fair. Happy birthday. There you go. Sorry, it's permanent. Boo, you stink. Oh, that's so mean, Caution. Fair, but mean. Nice art. Well, have fun with the rest of the stream. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, beautiful Blue. Appreciate you. Sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. Thank you for joining us. You guys are so cute. That rat Vash, damn you, brother. Thank you, Tam. My pleasure, Umbra. Thank you for allowing me to sing for you, sweetie pie. I appreciate it. Be nice to Vash. He just wants you to know how grateful he is for you being on this planet for another year and actually getting. Oh, since you only met 9 months ago, that means this is your first birthday with him. That's so exciting. That's super exciting. You have to give him a break. You must give him a break. He's so sweet for doing that. He's like, you gotta doobie. That's so special. It's so cute. Oh, is the SpongeBob reference? Oh, sorry. Probably need to rewatch SpongeBob one day. I don't know if people do that. Does anybody actually rewatch SpongeBob? I don't think in like the almost 3 years that I've been streaming, anyone has ever said, I am rewatching SpongeBob. I've heard pretty much I'm rewatching every other show. I've heard I'm rewatching Courage the Cowardly Dog. I have heard I'm rewatching Samurai Jack. I have heard I'm rewatching all of Pokemon. I've never heard someone say I'm rewatching SpongeBob. Yippee! Yay, I can finally properly. But amazing Umbra, sweetie pie, genuinely a very happy birthday to you, sweetheart. Know that every year that you spend on this planet is another year where you are improving the lives of the people that you touch and making the world a better place. So thank you so much for being here. Please be around for more years. At least another like 80 or 90 would be preferable. I've never seen a Pokemon episode, but I've somehow caught wind of Lucaria and the Mystery of Mew. Have you ever played any Pokemon games, Caution? I wonder if it's because it's a show that's still live. The rest of the examples you listed are all concluded, right? Oh, maybe. I actually did not realize that SpongeBob is still going on. I'll be around for many more. Yee! I'm so happy to hear that. Yee, thank you, Umbra. Didn't grow up with Nintendo consoles. Ah, okay, fair enough. And in here for most of that time. Thank you, Umbra. I appreciate it. That's so sweet. I really appreciate you. You're so sweet. You and Vash are truly two peas in a pod. Some of the sweetest people. He laughs in Pokemon Emeralds. I haven't seen it, but the option I hear from the longtime SpongeBob watchers is the new stuff just isn't up to snuff. I don't know if the old stuff was up to snuff. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like for those of us who watched it way back when, it's just like, if you rewatch it now, is it still funny? Or was it because we were the right age? Like, Vash says he'd be dying before me as I pull out my book of black magic. That's what he thinks. Neither of you are dying. I need both of you. Please, both of you stick around for many, many years to come. I'm going to be telling Vash the exact same thing when it's his birthday. Which now, Umbra, you're going to be telling us when that is, aren't you? Vash doesn't strike me as the type to be like, hey, it's my birthday. Hey, look at me, it's my birthday. So I think that you're probably going to have to be the one to be like, guess what? It's Vash's birthday. I be ratting him out so fast. Good. Yes, do it. Get the revenge. It'll be, I don't know when Vash's birthday is, but it'll be months in the making, potentially. The betrayal of the century. Rah, darling. Rah, fuck. Rah, darling. There we go, sort of, a little bit. Next month is your birthday. Oh, hi, Vash. I'll be seeing you next month. Amazing. Let's go. The two of you cutie pies. I'm gonna just draw literally you two being peas in a pod, and that will be the birthday gift. Beware the Ides of March. But Vash isn't in birthday mode till April. Oh. Sorry, I found a little ant on my desk. Okay, let's see here. Top 10 anime betrayals. Number 1 will surprise you. Exactly, Nix. We're almost halfway through March. Don't say that. That's not true. That's not true. Halfway through March would be like the ninth, or the fucking literally the 15th. That's still like more than a week away. I was like, oh my god, don't tell me that we're already almost into fucking month 4. Hitman Umbra on the job. Man is not making it out of this without being ratted out. It's a Roman Empire reference. I have heard Beware the Ides of March, but I don't know what the reference would be to, other than like band true. I'm not gonna strain my voice tonight. Tau. Yeah, fuck. I think I fucked myself. I've been thinking about getting a tattoo. Don't get me wrong, I don't currently have tat money, but I think I have found something. What would you like, Space? We only just started March. Thank you! Konnichiwa! Yuki-chan! How are you? It's good to see you. Come in. Being late and I can't stay for very long. Having an extra busy day with doctor's appointments. No apologies necessary, sweetheart. We won't be around for too much longer today. I'll be needing to finish up in like almost exactly a half an hour. Speaking of things that will happen in March, in the 19th, they'll add the insect glaive to Monster Hunter Now. Very cool. Very cool. I wonder if they're going to have the insect glaive in, Story, we shall say. I hope you're doing well, lovely Yuki, besides the fact that you have a lot of doctor's appointments. I'm going to go have Japanese food tonight in your honor, Yuki. Beware the Ides of March refers to a warning given to Julius Caesar about his assassination on March 15, 44 BC. Originally, the Ides of March was a normal date in the Roman calendar, but it became associated with betrayal and ominous events due to Caesar's death. So the Ides of March is specifically 15? Is Ides a word for 15? Like a Roman word or something? Or I've been thinking about a ladybug, about the size of a nickel. That's cute, Space. That's very cute. I like that. I found out that my AAC audio encoder knocked down the volume of the vocals. Oh, interesting, Julius. Okay. Only 30 minutes. I can stay that long. Oh, good. Okay, yay. Happy to hear that, lovely Yuki. I assumed Ides of a month just generally meant the middle. I didn't know that that meant... Okay, so it could be also Ides of April, Ides of December, perhaps. I always assumed... okay, yeah, so Ides is literally the middle of the month. That's the only use for that word. Is that right? The Ides are the middle 10 days. Oh, the middle 10 days. The middle 10 days specifically of the Roman calendar. Oh my god, I wish that it would not autocorrect to ideas. A day falling roughly in the middle of each month. Okay, so yeah. Ides of... Oh, and it's specific based on the month. So the 15th day of March, May, July, and October, but it's the 13th of other months from which other dates were calculated. Interesting. Okay, okay. Well, 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 that is not a thing that I would normally need to know, so hope you don't think I'm too stupid. I don't know, Tao, was before my time. Was it, cutie cushion? I'm just kidding. My birthday? Oh, were you the one who warned, Caesar? Oh, no. Okay, you're the Ides. You were born on the Ides of October. That's actually quite intimidating as well. You should definitely you should definitely tell people from now on that you were born on the Ides of October rather than October 13th. Oh, say that to a doctor. Doctors love when you do stuff like that. Sorry, this doggy is excited about something. He must see somebody across the street. What if it's on a Friday? I mean, I think it only matters numerically, right? It doesn't matter what day of the week it is. Magnificent Maid! Hi, sweetheart. Welcome on in. How are you? It's great to see you. Welcome, welcome. We need a Coda camera deem. If I did a Coda camera deem, we would never know where he is. You'd have to explore the whole house to find him. My birthday will never be streamed. Why not, Sadu? What day is your birthday? Oh, Friday the 13th. I don't know. I still think that the Ides of October sounds far more scary. Doing fine, thank you. Just a bit tired already and a little anxious. Still going to have my neck and back scanned later today to see how we are progressing. Oh, I'm sorry, Yuki. I hope that they won't be giving you any more constant migraine causing injections or anything. About to go on lunch break. Oh, sounds good, Magnificent Maid. I appreciate you coming in and checking on me. Thank you, cutie pie. Hope work is going well for you. Kodo would sniff out the cam. He probably would and then not go near it. Roman calendar didn't have days of the weeks in that sense. You had to work every day, so it didn't matter what day. Ah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I could see that. Okay. Coda cam, no. Coda side quest, yes. Yeah, this is before manners were invented. Oops. Ah! Let's see. My birthday's on December 23rd. Oh shit, your birthday is the day after one of my exes. What would completing a Coda side quest reward you with? Feeling his very soft fur. That's the reward. I doubt you'll stream on that day. Well, you never know. You never know. It's possible, you know, possibly, but it could be, it could happen. The injections will continue for at least a few months since they help with the pain just fine, but the dosage seems to work now. At least I am not getting that same pressure pain brain at the moment. That's good. I'm happy you're not getting that awfulness, Yuki. That sounded miserable. I'm glad that it helps with the pain as well. Tao, random question of the day. Do you have a favorite dinosaur? I do, but it's a fake dinosaur. I love the Indoraptor from Homestead Monster Hunter World from Jurassic Park World, I think. Indoraptor. Let me show you guys. This thing's so fucking cool. Here, it's fake. It's fake, but I love it. It's really sick. Look at it. Isn't it pretty? And it's it glows like its body, like all of this like yellowy shit. It like glows. It's really cool. Honestly, Ferret is awesome. Yeah, it's fucking sick. I really like it. Yeah, there you go. It's really cool looking, but yeah, it's fake. I think I like it because it's got a lot of very hybrid Indoraptor. There you go. I feel like I like it because it's got a lot of like the oh my god, Velociraptor look, but with like the heft and like intimidation of like a T-Rex kind of, because it's not small, like it's not as big as a T-Rex, but it's not small, so anyway, I like Magnificent Sweetie Pie, thank you so very much for gifting that sub to Cutie Caution, darling. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's very kind of you, honey bun. Thank you so much, Magnificent Maid. Oh, that is so lovely of you. Thank you, darling. Thank you for your generosity and support of me and a fellow pal. Let's make a new horror movie / game. The Ides of Friday the 13th on Halloween, featuring aliens versus predator. You know, that's an anime name right there, based on how long some of these anime names are. Yeah, it's a smart one. I like smart dinosaurs because I'm not very smart. Mine's the Spino, but it's the modern version one. The modern version? Oh, you mean like after scientists discover what they actually look like? I like me feathered raptors. Yeah, they're very cool. Indoraptor was a nightmarish amalgamation of all the other bad ones. But it's so cool. But yeah, it's such a badass. It's like a little assassin. I thought it was really cool looking. I love the glowy. The glow is cool. Favorite is the Spinosaurus. Still remember watching Jurassic Park 3 for the first time, and even more interesting, recently they discovered a species of Spinosaurus. Do you like the ones from Jurassic Park or the newly discovered species, Nix? Judiceratops is one of my faves. Hold on, I have to go look this up. It's Sarah. It's Sarah from Littlefoot fame. Maybe it's a little bit different. Oh yeah, Triceratops. So this is different. What's different about it in a Triceratops? I guess not 3 horns? It's just got... No, it does have 3 horns. Wait a second. It does have 3. Why is this not just a Triceratops? The Velociraptor was actually much smaller in real life. The ones in Jurassic Park were actually Deinonychus, but George Lucas' son thought that the name was garbage. And Velociraptor was much cooler. Oh, the poor Velociraptors. Rather, the poor Deinonychus. My fave is scientifically accurate Barney. What is Barney supposed to be? What dinosaur is he supposed to be? I prefer the one in Jurassic Park 3. That's fair. Looks like a dinosaur version of a rhino. It kind of does, doesn't it? This is my favorite one. Hi there, Jalapeno. Welcome on in. Yes, we got some Portishead. Portishead? He's a T-Rex? Wait, Barney is a T-Rex? Am I supposed to believe this? Is Barney... Okay. Is Barney a T-Rex? You've got to be fucking kidding me. That's crazy. Oh my god, dude. What? Oh, well, that is terrifying. That is fucking nightmare fuel right there. Jesus Christ. Port is head. Oh my god, that's a T-Rex? Also, his human eyes are very scary. Oh man, I'm afraid this is AI, but that is actually really, really funny. Okay, I'll stop now. I don't know, Barney, really? Oh man, that was like my favorite thing when I was a tiny being. Barney just be freaky. He scares me. He is actually very scary. I don't like him very much at all. I think I grew out of him pretty early, but I also was really into him for a good few years. My dad likes to talk about this time where he found me when I was like 3, sitting naked on the stairs, saying, Barney, Barney, I love you. You love me. We're a happy family. Barney, Barney. And I did it for an hour. And he just says the funniest shit. And I'm like, that's, you know, you should watch more horror movies because that's how you have a possessed child. That's what I was. They did round the edges a little to make him less scary for children. A little. A little. Barney design is honestly not as bad as Mr. Blobby. Oh yeah, you guys had me look up Mr. Blobby. Absolute nightmare fuel, that one. The one thing I found insane was Booba. Booba? Uh-oh, I don't know if I know Booba. I'm not looking this up on stream just in case. Hold on. Oh, yucky! Oh my god! What the fuck? Okay, I'll show you guys. This is Booba! Well, look at all of them. Aren't they so friendly and not going to swallow you whole? I didn't know Barney either until I explored American culture a few years ago. I didn't think Barney was a thing in Europe and Japan, which is so odd because it's like such a mascot, but I guess it's not a Japanese mascot in any capacity, really. I don't love Barney. Barney looks like he can come from a horror game. He does, Umbra. He so does. Did I just send the pouch and towel on a dinosaur side quest? You did. Good job, Nix. Good job. I'm home. Welcome home, sweetest storm. Driving a truck is a big reminder that people rarely wash the roof of their car. Oh, icky. True. Fair. I remember being in a hotel room waiting for my relatives to get ready during a family vacation, and the young cousins were watching that Booba show. It absolutely looked like it was made under the influence of something psychoactive. A show for toddlers? Bullshit. Those look terrifying. They are very scary. You know, it's funny. Y'all say Barney design is creepy, but have forgotten how terrifying the original Chuck E. Cheese. I remember how terrifying the original Chuck E. Cheese animatronics were. I fucking hated those things. Oh, Teletubbies? Yep. They will also look like monsters that haunt my dreams. They remind me of the Teletubbies. I could so see that. Yeah, man, these were really fucking scary. But I also loved these as a kid. This is insane. This guy looks like he's doing like a rapping pose or something. Nah, I'm not into the idea of looking at this. That's okay. We'll finish up on looking at this in a moment. I just need to make sure everyone knows the reference. Okay, I'll stop. Packing time. Oh, all good, Sweetest Storm. Have a good packing. We'll see you soon, and thank you for the well wishes. Teletubbies look better than Barney or Bootbot to me. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Honestly, I think that the scariest part of Teletubbies was actually the sun. Do you guys remember the sun? It was just a baby. Here. It was just a baby. This was literally the sun. The sun, baby! I must take my leave as well. All good, lovely lab. Have a good one at work, okay, Sweetie Pie? Thank you so much for coming in. There's a reason Five Nights at Freddy's, a game based on the Chuck E. Cheese animatronics, is a horror game. Absolutely. The son with the baby face was freaky as fuck. It is freaky as fuck. And God, I can't imagine being signed up for this when you didn't have a fucking choice. And now, what, 20 years later? Or more, now they're still chasing you down for, like, to compare your fucking face to your baby son version. We must destroy the sun. Looks like the Gerber baby. Yeah, actually, that's true. That's true. I liked the night garden when I was younger. The night garden. See, that sounds kind of cool. What is the night garden? Gerber baby type shit, truly. Truly. Fuck. Oh, just in time, actually. It's funny how the animatronics from Five Nights at Freddy's look more appealing than the actual animatronics of Chuck E. Cheese. It's true. If I remember correctly, in Germany, there was a cartoon channel which had a character that was just burned? Maybe, yeah, burned the bread. It was mostly ad-libbing with a bread speaking about various topics. I mean, that kind of sounds cute. I would be very interested in what, like, German children's cartoons are like. I feel like German, it is a beautiful language, but it does have a bit of that, like, some of the glottal sounds make it sound quite angry sometimes. And I would be very curious how that would, like, if they just heighten their voice, or if they maybe use, like, softer sounds when they're presenting for children. I'm not sure. Fun fact, one of the dinos that hung out with Barney was prey of the T-Rex. I'm sure there's some kind of lore there. Rolly und Rita? Rolly und Rita. I don't remember it much. It's a kids show. I haven't seen it in a long time. Is it Australian, Bublin? Is that an Australian show? Low battery. Oh, how long ago was last break? Oh, we're about to finish up, lovely Umbra. We can't have Strap waking up for it again. That's a good point. We cannot. That's all right. We're going to be finishing up here in just a sec. I'll let you guys finish this song, and then I'm going to actually turn off the song requests. Where is it? There we go. And then we're gonna go find someone to go and see, hopefully an artiste. And I'm back just in time, it sounds like. Yes, absolutely, Sweetest So Jazzy, absolutely. Quick, scatter before Star wakes up! I think it's British, but I remember having seen it on TV. Oh, okay, interesting. Some of that was nightmare fuel for sure, or just comes out of nowhere without context. My friends had a lot to explain to me for sure. Also, some of the topics are much more mature than you would expect for a kid's show. Oh, what was the targeted demographic? Fox used to have this animation block called Animation Domination, and they had a scientifically accurate miniseries, Cat Dog. Oh, I know. I did watch a little bit of Cat Dog. That was from Animation Domination? Huh. Nix, thank you for contributing to the storytelling stream, hon. I appreciate it. Oh, Umbra. Since you've approved the sketch, sorry, I've started doing the all of the line art and stuff. Was the next milestone line art approval, or was it after the sketch is approved? I forgot. Nix, sorry, Maid, thank you for contributing to the storytelling and karaoke streams, and Talon to the karaoke stream. Thank you so much. I would give Freddie a hug before I come even close to the ones at Chuck E. Cheese. I don't blame you for that, Umbra. Yeah, that's very fair. Oh, Sadie, thank you for contributing to the karaoke stream. Much appreciated, darling. Who might we go and see? I believe it was sketch approved. Okay, cool. Is it okay if that is what it is it okay if I send that second milestone? Honestly, if you want to wait a little bit longer, that's totally fine. I trust you. Shows were age rated on TV, and there usually was a block that was generally seen as for kids, but the shows are rated all over the place, with for ages 12 following and ages 6 and followed by all ages. So topics involved could also be all over for discussion, from discussing death to figuring out colors. Holy shit, just throw it in there with it. Thank you for the head pat, lovely jalapeno. Thank you, thank you. Let's see, who can we go and see? Huh, we might make a new friend today. Let me see. Oh, you already did? Oh, amazing, Umbra. Amazing, Umbra. Thank you so much, sweetie pie. I appreciate it. I just wanted to make sure that I didn't blindside you or anything. Thank you, honey. I really appreciate that. Warning, the scientifically accurate is quite bloody. Oh, the scientifically accurate? Even Sesame Street talked about death. That is true. That is true. But I feel like they did it, if I remember correctly anyway. It's been a while, and I'm not known for my good memory. But I do wonder if they approached it delicately. I feel like they probably did. Ooh, cute art. Let's see. Oh, damn, they're literally rating it right now. Hold on. I was actually thinking about it when you got past the sketch, feeling like we got to a milestone. Aw, I'm right. You're so sharp. I'm not. I'm glad you're sharp. Thank you, hon. Much appreciated. Okay. 1 second. Let me see. Who can I go see instead? And yes, because it was TVMA and scientifically accurate series did not shy away. Oh, okay, interesting. Elmo met Andrew Garfield, aka Spider-Man, and Cookie Monster met the voice actors of Huntrix. What? That's sick. That's really cool. Okay, 1 second. Sorry, I'm gonna Thank you for your patience, cutie pies. Remember, you guys, we do have, this is actually a really good opportunity to remind you of this, because otherwise you're going to miss out. Look at this! Look at this! Look at this! What's this? When will I next see you on stream? Well, it will be on Sunday, but if you would like to see me before that, we do have a Discord community game night happening. So that's literally tomorrow. That would start in 2 hours from now, but tomorrow. So whatever time that is for you, if you'd like to come on in, it's a Discord community game night. So it can be a bit loud. We tend to get a bit rowdy, but obviously it's still within the spirit of the pouch. Never going to tolerate anything that we wouldn't tolerate on stream. Oftentimes we take turns playing like Jackbox, which is really fun. We could do Gartic Phone if you want, without a mod having to like approve everything, which would also be helpful. There's a few different options, but yeah, basically if you show up tomorrow, we'll talk about what you want to do. We could play Among Us maybe. Gotta stick with free things. We could play Fall Guys if you want. But yeah, so 2 hours from now, tomorrow. Okay, so that's when you can see me again if you would like to. Now, sorry, I'm Ooh, cute. We might go see someone drawing cute shit. Yeah, we're gonna go see this new person, okay? All right, my darlings. Ultra Tau motivation, go! All right, cutie pies. Oops, sorry. It's just, don't worry about it. It's fine, all good. All right, my darlings. Well, like I said, if you can't make it to our community game night on Discord tomorrow, because remember, we are not streaming tomorrow. It's a Discord only thing tomorrow, okay? Yeah, if I don't see you then, I will see you for some Persona 5, and then we enter into my final week of being employed, and we will be having a great old time. We're gonna have a great time together. I'm excited. I'll be going on my run. Absolutely, Precious Politely. Have a great run. My darlings, if you're going to bed, I hope that you sleep wonderfully well and have the sweetest dreams. If you are off to do something else, I hope it is the best ever. And above all, cutie pies, please make sure that you take the best care of yourselves, because you know that I would take the best care of you. Sorry, I was looking at my dog. All right, darlings. Well, on that note, I will see you tomorrow if you would like to participate in Discord, and I will see you Sunday if you would like to participate in Persona. Love you lots, miss you terribly. You all have little pieces of my heart, my soul, and I'll see you soon. Mwah.
Pretty lady.